Chapter 240. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Night Sorrow knew that although the environment was harsh, it was nothing for the 5th-rank Yang Lei. If even a 5th-rank cultivator couldn't withstand the cold, then there was no need for others to come. What was the point of completing the mission? They would be frozen into popsicles. Tianyu and the blue condor could still withstand the cold. Demonic beasts with feathers were more resistant to the cold. The far eastern icefield was very large, spanning tens of thousands of miles. It was impossible to rely on human strength to walk, so they could only continue to ride on flying demonic beasts. The edge of the far eastern icefield was affected by the Icefield Sea, forming a flat area. If it wasn't the Icefield Sea, there wouldn't be an ice spirit well. Therefore, they had to move forward. After truly entering the far eastern icefield, Night Sorrow and Yang Lei began to move forward separately. However, the distance between the two wasn't large, so they could coordinate at any time. This way, the search area was larger, and there were more opportunities. This was a mission of luck. To be able to come to the far eastern icefield was strength, and to be able to find an ice spirit well was luck. If there was an ice spirit blood essence in the ice spirit well, then they would hit the jackpot and complete the unrestricted mission. The ice spirit well rarely appeared, and those with ice spirit blood essence were even rarer. Therefore, the mission was very difficult. After advancing for a day, Night Sorrow and Yang Lei set up camp at night. The two prepared beast skins and made a small shack with them. Then, they went inside to rest. "This damned weather is really killing me," Yang Lei said as she entered the tent and rubbed her hands. "Here. 9th senior sister, drink some wine to warm your body. Spread out a few more beast skins." Night Sorrow handed Yang Lei a jar of wine, then spread out a few beast skins and let Yang Lei sit on them. "It's okay. Your senior sister isn't that weak. I didn't use true chi to protect my body because I wanted to feel how cold the far eastern icefield is. Now, I just need to circulate my true chi." Yang Lei sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Yishang glanced at Yang Lei, then sat to the side and began to meditate. The climate of the far eastern icefield was nothing to him. He treated it as a form of training. The pressure from the extreme cold on his body was not as great as the pressure from Danding Cliff. The difference was too great. Night Sorrow felt that the pressure brought about by the extreme cold was similar to that of the 3,400 to 500 meters at Danding Cliff. After cultivating for an entire night, Night Sorrow and Yang Lei continued their journey. Yang Lei had already adapted to the climate. With her rank 5 cultivation base, she only needed to slightly accelerate the circulation of her true chi to resist the bitter cold. The two of them rode on flying demon beasts, shuttling through the eastern icefield. Night Sorrow stood on Tianyu's back and looked at the white ice field, searching for the ice spirit well. After a few days, the two of them didn't discover anything, but they had already gone deep into the eastern icefield. The harsh environment had almost no effect on Night Sorrow. The energy of Myriad Tao Tome was running, and the impact of the extreme cold on his body was completely offset. 13. I found that you are too amazing. The energy of my body has exceeded the rank 3. That is to say, in this place, those below core condensation can no longer stay here. Core condensation is also very difficult. Even if you can stay here, the consumption is huge. But you are fine. After another rest, Yang Lei said to Night Sorrow. "Fortunately, I don't feel much impact. It's much worse than the pressure on Danding Cliff." Night Sorrow said with a smile. "Well, you win. Looking at your current trend, there will be no problem for you to reach the core area of the far eastern icefield." Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and said. "Is there a big difference in the temperature?" Night Sorrow wasn't sure about this. "Yes, the far eastern icefield has existed for countless years. Under our feet is the Icefield Sea. No one knows how deep the sea is. It is extremely cold, so the core area should be even colder." Yang Lei said. There won't be any heaven-defying demon beasts in the Icefield Sea, right? Night Sorrow looked at the ground and asked. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. No one knows if there are other demon beasts in the Icefield Sea, but the one that formed the ice spirit blood essence is the demon beast golden dragon fish. I think in such a big Icefield Sea, if there is a golden dragon fish, there must be other demon beasts. Demon beasts that can survive in the Icefield Sea must be something we can't afford to offend. Yang Lei said. Yes, we must be in awe of the unknown. Who knows what is down there? We should look for the ice spirit well and kill 2 ice Jiao dragons. Night Sorrow said. Okay, then let's continue. Yang Lei said to Night Sorrow. In the next few days, the two searched in the direction of the East Snow Mountain. Yang Lei saw an ice spirit well, but it was only an eruption caused by the rich ice spirit qi in the Icefield Sea. There was no ice spirit blood essence. The ice spirit well appeared because the ice layer couldn't suppress the ice spirit qi in the ice spirit sea, and the ice spirit qi erupted. The ice spirit qi was even richer in places with ice spirit blood essence. This was also the reason why there was ice spirit blood essence in the ice spirit well. Ninth Senior Sister, why don't we see anyone else? Night Sorrow asked Yang Lei after another rest. We came early. You should know that the nearest human territory to the far eastern icefield is hundreds of thousands of miles away. It won't be so fast. Yang Lei said. After a night's rest, the two continued. Yang Lei had already used her vital energy to protect herself. The blue condor's condition had also deteriorated a lot. Its resistance to cold was not as good as Tianyu's. Yang Lei guessed that they would continue to move forward. The blue condor might not be able to be used. The two separated by 6 to 7 miles and continued to search ahead. After advancing for 2 hours, Night Sorrow saw something special. A white mist rushed into the sky. Night Sorrow controlled Tianyu to land and asked Tianyu to find Yang Lei. He approached the place where the white mist erupted. This was a sign that the ice spirit well had just appeared. In other words, it had just erupted. Night Sorrow went to the edge of the newly appeared ice spirit well to watch. When he noticed the red light in the white mist, he was shocked. This was the sign of ice spirit blood essence. While Night Sorrow was watching, Yang Lei rode the blue condor and followed Tianyu. Ninth Senior Sister, there's ice spirit blood essence here. Night Sorrow looked at Yang Lei and said. Well, you've earned a lot this time. Yang Lei was not jealous. She was just happy for Night Sorrow. Ninth Senior Sister, don't say that. Give me the points. I'll give you the elixirs and weapons. Night Sorrow said to Yang Lei. Ha, 13, you're so generous. I don't want the elixirs. Give me the weapons. Yang Lei stepped forward and put her arm around Night Sorrow's shoulder. Senior Sister, don't be so polite with me. Night Sorrow shook his head. I'm not being polite with you. If you didn't already have Sikong Chuyu, I might have given myself to you. Yang Lei said to Night Sorrow with a smile. His heart trembled. Looking at Yang Lei, Night Sorrow did not know what to say. He could only turn around and watch the ice spirit well continue to erupt. Only when the suppressed ice spirit chi finished erupting could he go forward and collect the ice spirit blood essence. More than an hour later, the white mist from the ice spirit well disappeared. Chapter 241. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. It was no wonder that Night Sorrow and Yang Lei were surprised. There were 2 red crystals the size of a human head in the ice spirit well. The red crystals exuded a rich spirit aura. Night Sorrow knew that these were the ice spirit blood essences required for the unrestricted mission. Love go little say W. Chu. Night Sorrow reached out to take them, but Yang Lei stopped him. The cold aura is too strong. You can't use your hands to take them. Night Sorrow nodded and put on the claw gloves made for him by the Medicine Valley. Then, he took the 2 ice spirit blood essences out of the ice spirit well. Why aren't you putting them away? What are you waiting for? Yang Lei said when she saw Night Sorrow take the ice spirit blood essences out without putting them away. Instead, he looked at the claw gloves that exuded a cold aura. Night Sorrow circulated his vital energy and threw 2 breaking killing punches to force the cold aura out of the claw gloves. Then, he looked at Yang Lei and said, "Ninth senior sister, put them away as well. Hurry up and put them away. Don't say anything unnecessary to ninth senior sister. We'll talk about it after you turn in the mission." Yang Lei glared at Night Sorrow. Upon seeing Yang Lei's determined expression, Night Sorrow took out a storage ring and threw the ice spirit blood essences into it. Then, he threw the storage ring into the storage ring on his hand. Night Sorrow now had 3 storage rings. One was from Feng Chen, one was from Lu Shan Supremacy, and the other was from Su Chenbai's storage ring. Feng Chen's storage ring had the largest storage space, followed by Lu Shan Venerables, and Su Chenbai's storage ring had the smallest storage space. Night Sorrow did this because he was worried that the ice spirit blood essence's cold air would freeze the other items in his storage ring. Not bad. 13, your luck is really good. I saw an empty ice spirit well, but you saw an ice spirit blood essence. This is the difference between us, Yang Lei said with a sigh. Ninth senior sister, I don't think it's that hard to find. Night Sorrow said. He didn't think it was that difficult to find the ice spirit blood essence. You're just lucky. Otherwise, you might not find an ice spirit well even if you searched for a few years in the eastern ice field. Even if you found an ice spirit well, you might not even find an ice spirit blood essence. Yang Lei glared at Night Sorrow. Ninth senior sister, I don't want to go back yet. I want to hunt the ice Jiao, Night Sorrow said. Obtaining the ice spirit blood essence was a mission that would give him some benefits. However, to Night Sorrow, hunting the ice Jiao was the most important thing right now. Night Sorrow had always attached great importance to the cultivation of the myriad Tao Tome, even more than the Holy Cauldron scripture. He knew that the body was the foundation of everything. Besides, cultivating the myriad Tao Tome to the extreme would give him greater achievements than the Holy Cauldron scripture. Of course. I'll go with you, Yang Lei said with a smile. While the 2 of them were chatting, 2 flying demonic beasts appeared in the sky. They were snow eagles. There were 3 people on the back of the snow eagles. When they saw Night Sorrow and Yang Lei, the 3 of them jumped off the snow eagles. Night Sorrow waved his arm and pulled Yang Lei behind him. He could tell that these people were hostile. Besides, he also knew that in a place like this, humans were no different from demonic beasts. They could fight at any time. When Night Sorrow pulled Yang Lei behind him, the 3 of them also saw the ice spirit well. Eldest senior brother, this ice spirit well seems to have just erupted, a middle-aged man said to an older elder. The elder, who had a hooked nose and was wearing a black robe, waved his hand and interrupted the middle-aged man. I don't care which force you are from. Hand over your storage rings and belts, and I won't kill you. Who are you? Are you trying to rob us for no reason? Night Sorrow took out the reincarnation spear on his back. Look at chapter 26, part O/part I, 6. Although he couldn't tell their cultivation level, Night Sorrow wouldn't compromise since they had spoken. Is the Scarlet Cloud sect enough? I'm Song Jia of the Scarlet Cloud sect. Since you're courting death, I can only send you on your way. Song Jia took out a red saber and pointed it at Night Sorrow. You're really boasting shamelessly. Since you want to fight to the death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Lei walked out from behind Night Sorrow. The moment she came out, she waved her sword twice. When Yang Lei waved her sword, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. This was the characteristic of the wind and thunder sword technique of the Medicine Valley. The 2 sword chis were extremely fast. The black-robed old man Song Jia dodged, and so did the other man. However, the last young man did not manage to dodge, and his body was directly cut in half by the sword chi. Who are you? Song Jia's expression changed when he saw how domineering Yang Lei was. He realized that he couldn't see through Yang Lei even though he was at the 6th level of the spirit-severing stage. He was shocked. This meant that Yang Lei's cultivation level was above the 5th level. You just said that you don't care which force we're from. Why are you asking again now? Yang Lei continued to attack as she spoke. Since she had already killed, she didn't plan to leave anyone alive. Yang Lei attacked with all her strength. After a few rounds, the middle-aged man was also killed by Yang Lei. Only Song Jia was left. Let people off when possible. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Song Jia shouted as he retreated. At this moment, he didn't start to be arrogant. Song Jia was very angry. He was angry that he couldn't see the situation clearly and didn't notice such a fierce person like Yang Lei. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. As soon as they appeared, Night Sorrow pulled Yang Lei behind him like a man. Therefore, Song Jia and the other two instinctively thought that it was some sex playboy who brought a woman out for a mission. From the beginning, you planned to let people off when possible? Yang Lei swung her sword and cut off the neck of the snow eagle that Song Jia was approaching. Song Jia had approached the snow eagle with the intention of escaping. After killing the snow eagle, Yang Lei didn't hesitate to attack the other snow eagle that took flight. Both snow eagles were killed and Song Jia's hope of escaping was destroyed. The snow eagles were valuable, but they were also a disaster. If they were brought back to the Medicine Valley, it would be troublesome if the spies of the Scarlet Cloud sect discovered them. I'm Song Jia, the guardian of the Scarlet Cloud sect. Let's talk nicely. Song Jia shouted when he saw that the two snow eagles were killed and there was no hope of escaping. Talk nicely. I hate people like you the most. Go to hell. Yang Lei's attacks were getting more and more violent. Song Jia, who had blocked two of Yang Lei's attacks, began to vomit blood. You forced me to do this. Song Jia roared. He reached his left hand into his robes and grabbed something. Then, he waved it at Yang Lei. Die. When Song Jia waved his hand, Yang Lei's sword also sliced through his head. Night Sorrow smiled and stepped forward. He took Song Jia's storage ring and the other two's storage belts. He also dug out the monster cores of the two snow eagles. After doing this, Night Sorrow's expression changed when he turned to look at Yang Lei. Yang Lei was squatting on the ground with her long sword in her hand. Her face was pale. Ninth senior sister, what's wrong with you? Night Sorrow was a little anxious. I've been poisoned. My body is numb and I can't move. Let's get out of here first. It's not safe here. Let's find a safe place first. Yang Lei leaned on Night Sorrow. Chapter 242. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Night Sorrow carried Yang Lei and landed on Tianyu's back. Then, he steered Tianyu a few hundred miles away and found a place to put Yang Lei down. 13. I'm a little cold. Yang Lei's face was pale and her lips were a little purple. Night Sorrow hurriedly took out the animal skin in his hand and set up a small shelter to block the cold. Square root read, Original K edition chapter, asterisk square root. After quickly setting up these things, Night Sorrow looked at Yang Lei. Senior sister, how are you feeling? It's a poison needle. It's very toxic and it's suppressing the circulation of my true qi. My limbs are weak, Yang Lei said softly. Senior sister, here's an antidote. Eat it first. Night Sorrow took out a bottle of antidote and gave one to Yang Lei. This was the antidote he had obtained in the cave of the venerable Lushan Night Sorrow. After eating the antidote, Yang Lei closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. She wanted to use the antidote to resist the invasion of the poison. Ninth senior sister, I'm helping you deal with the poison needles. Sorry for the offense, Night Sorrow said softly as he looked at Yang Lei, who was lying on the animal skin. Yang Lei didn't say anything. At this moment, all her energy was focused on circulating her true qi. All she could do was nod slightly. Night Sorrow hesitated for a moment as he looked at the places where the needles were stuck in Yang Lei's body. Then, he quickly untied the belt of Yang Lei's outer robe and undid the knot of the silk belt of her underwear. Love go little say W. Chu. Night Sorrow reached out with his right hand and pressed on the places where the poison needles were stuck. Then, he used his true chi to shake the needles out. The poison around the needles was also shaken out through the holes of the needles. Night Sorrow then shook out the 2 poison needles in Yang Lei's abdomen. After dealing with the poison needles on Yang Lei's body, Night Sorrow looked at the poison needle on her thigh. Looking at the blushing Yang Lei, Night Sorrow didn't hesitate. He took out a small knife and cut open the silk skirt and underwear on Yang Lei's legs. Feeling that the opening wasn't big enough, Night Sorrow tore the skirt and underwear apart. This time, Night Sorrow used a little too much force, causing most of Yang Lei's straight and fair legs to be exposed. The tear in her clothes extended to her waist. Ignoring all of this, Night Sorrow pressed his right hand on Yang Lei's thigh, and with a forceful shake, the poison needle was once again knocked away. Then, he took out an antidote pill, crushed it, and sprinkled it on the needle's eye before bandaging it. After bandaging her thigh, Night Sorrow took the antidote powder and was about to deal with the needle holes on Yang Lei's chest and abdomen. At this time, Yang Lei sat up. The paleness on her face had receded, leaving behind a blush. Ninth Senior Sister, you can move now. Night Sorrow asked happily. If I still couldn't move, you would have touched my entire body. I can move now. Are you disappointed? Yang Lei glanced at Night Sorrow and said. Ninth Senior Sister. Me? Night Sorrow didn't know how to explain. He had seen and touched what he shouldn't have. Give me the antidote powder. I'll apply the medicine myself. Yang Lei reached out and took the antidote powder from Night Sorrow's hand. What's wrong? You want to see me apply medicine on my chest? Night Sorrow quickly turned around and came out of the animal skin shelter. When he saw that Yang Lei was fine, he thought of the awkward question. After a while, Yang Lei's voice was heard. 13, come in. Yi Shang turned around and opened the tent, walking in. Yang Lei had already changed into a new set of robes. Ninth Senior Sister, are you okay? Night Sorrow asked. I'm fine. The people from the Scarlet Cloud sect are too insidious. That guy used the Scarlet Cloud needle that can break through chi protection. The poison is very strong. If I was at the 4th rank, I would be dead. Luckily, you were by my side, Yang Lei said. It doesn't matter if I'm here or not. I can't help much, Night Sorrow said apologetically. Yang Lei then explained how it was dangerous. The Scarlet Cloud needle's specialty was that it could numb a person's nerves. After being hit by the needle, the person would have almost no ability to move their limbs. Their chi would also be suppressed by the poison. If Night Sorrow didn't help Yang Lei remove the needle, it would be difficult for Yang Lei to deal with the poison. Are you okay now? Night Sorrow asked. Luckily, I reached the 5th rank. I can force the poison out. There's still some left, but it won't affect me much. Okay. Why don't you try being pricked by 4-inch-long poison needles? Yang Lei looked at Yi Shang and suddenly felt wronged. Tears appeared in her sparkling eyes. Night Sorrow suddenly felt a little distressed. He reached out and pulled Yang Lei into his arms. He knew that the needle was very deep and pain was inevitable. 13, what did you see? Yang Lei asked as she leaned her head on Night Sorrow's shoulder. Ninth Senior Sister, it was an emergency. I didn't see anything, Night Sorrow said after hesitating for a moment. After a moment of silence, Yang Lei whispered, 13, is Ninth Senior Sister's thigh white? White. Night Sorrow answered without thinking. After answering, he knew that something bad had happened. You're telling me that you didn't see anything? If you didn't see anything, then how do you know it's white? Yang Lei reached out and grabbed Night Sorrow's ear. Night Sorrow didn't stop Yang Lei. He felt guilty and it was good to let Yang Lei vent. After twisting hard and realizing that Night Sorrow didn't resist, Yang Lei let go. Why didn't you dodge? Doesn't it hurt? It's okay. Senior sister is in a bad mood and needs to vent her anger, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Looking at Night Sorrow, Yang Lei smiled. Then, she leaned into Night Sorrow's embrace and reached out to rub Night Sorrow's ear. 13. Between ninth senior sister and Sikong, who has a better figure? How would I know? Night Sorrow was a little confused. Yang Lei wasn't done yet. How could you not know? You saw ninth senior sister naked just now. Yang Lei stared at Night Sorrow with her beautiful eyes. Okay. What's Chu Yu's situation? After being together for so long, doesn't senior sister know? Night Sorrow was a little helpless. From what you're saying, you bastard didn't see or touch. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Ninth senior sister, I really didn't. Night Sorrow smiled bitterly as he explained. That won't do. When we go back, you have to work hard. What's done can't be undone. That way, no one can object even if they want to. Yang Lei educated Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow didn't say anything. If he continued, he didn't know what other ridiculous views Yang Lei would have. Then, Night Sorrow accompanied Yang Lei to rest in the shack. Ninth senior sister, why don't I send you to the eastern ice field? I can go to the ice snow mountain by myself, Night Sorrow said softly. No need. Although my condition isn't very good, it's not a problem. Don't worry. Yang Lei twisted her body in Night Sorrow's embrace to make herself more comfortable. Her arms also hugged Night Sorrow's waist. Chapter 243. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 13. What are you doing? Yang Lei, who was leaning against Yi Shang's chest, immediately sensed something strange. Love go little say W, Chu, ninth senior sister, I didn't do it on purpose. Night Sorrow wanted to move but didn't dare to. You like ninth senior sister? Yang Lei smiled at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow didn't say anything. He didn't know. He only knew that Yang Lei was hurt. He felt very uncomfortable and distressed. Ninth senior sister doesn't mind if you like her. However, for matters between men and women, it's better to find Chu Yu first. Yang Lei continued to lie on Night Sorrow's chest to rest. Hearing Chu Yu's name, the fire in Night Sorrow's heart subsided. Then, he hugged Yang Lei and rested. After resting for a night, Night Sorrow sorted out the resources of Song Jia and the others. He found that Song Jia's storage ring had more than a dozen scarlet cloud needles, as well as a small amount of crystals and sundries. He was very poor. It wasn't that Song Jia was poor. It could only be said that Night Sorrow was too rich. It could be said that he was overflowing with wealth. When Night Sorrow was about to throw away the scarlet cloud needles, Yang Lei stopped him. This is a good thing. Keep it for life-saving purposes in the future. But this thing hurt ninth senior sister. Yi Shan looked at the scarlet cloud needle, which had a red luster, and said, Don't worry, it's the scarlet cloud needle, Yi Shan said. Ninth senior sister is fine. Stay. Let's continue on to the East Snow Mountain and deal with the ice dragon, Yang Lei said as she patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. Her face was still a little pale. After glancing at Yang Lei, Night Sorrow turned his head away. When he saw Yang Lei, images that shouldn't have appeared in his mind. Then, the two of them climbed onto Tianyu's back. The green condor was not used to the climate here. The green condor's level was higher than Tianyu's, but it was much less adaptable to the special environment. This was talent, the embodiment of the strength of one's bloodline. Tianyu was still able to withstand the current bitter cold. Love go little say Yang Lei was still a little weak. After all, the poison from the scarlet cloud needle was still affecting her body. Looking at the weak Yang Lei, Night Sorrow could only sit down cross-legged and hold her in his arms. Tianyu's flying speed was still very fast. Night Sorrow and Yang Lei also saw other people. The two of them had rested yesterday, and some people had already come to this area. However, Tianyu flew high and fast. These people wanted to attack, but they couldn't. They just shouted twice. Bastards! If I wasn't feeling unwell, I would chop them up right now, Yang Lei scolded when she heard these people's shouts. Ninth senior sister, don't lower yourself to their level. Just like Elder Su said, you have to be steady, Night Sorrow said with a smile. You dislike ninth senior sister for not being gentle? Then why were you so interested yesterday? Yang Lei said as she looked at Night Sorrow with her beautiful eyes. Ninth senior sister, can we not talk about this? Night Sorrow's face was a little red. You mean you watched for nothing? You wish. When we go back, I will talk to Chuyu, Yang Lei said seriously. Don't. Whatever ninth senior sister wants me to do, I will agree, Night Sorrow said. Yang Lei shook her head and didn't say anything. However, she made a decision in her heart. Ninth senior sister, if we don't go back early, what if other people also get the ice spirit blood essence and turn in the mission before us? Will our mission be considered a failure? Night Sorrow asked with concern. No. You should know that the chances of finding the ice spirit blood essence are very slim. In addition, this unlimited mission is not unique. That is to say, if you turn it in once, other people can turn it in again, Yang Lei said. Senior sister, according to what you said, we have 2 pieces of the ice spirit blood essence. We can turn in the mission twice. Night Sorrow thought of the key point. Do you know how precious the ice spirit blood essence is? We can't turn it in completely. Leave 1 piece. Maybe it will be useful in the future, Yang Lei said. Senior sister, it's better to turn it in. It can be exchanged for a lot of resources. Night Sorrow tried to persuade Yang Lei. You are still inexperienced. Tianji Tower paid such a high price for the mission. That means the value of the ice spirit blood essence is not lower than the mission rewards. Do you understand? Pills can be obtained, weapons can also be thought of, but this ice spirit blood essence will be difficult to obtain in the future. Yang Lei gave her opinion. Perhaps ninth senior sister is right. Let's kill the ice flood dragon and continue searching. Let's see if we can find more ice spirit blood essences to exchange for Chuyu and sixth senior sister's weapons, said Yishan. Yang Lei was speechless. Night Sorrow had a big heart. Night Sorrow really did find the ice spirit blood essence. However, the ice spirit blood essence was something that could only be found by chance. It was not something that could be found easily. However, she did not want to discourage Night Sorrow. Due to the poison, Yang Lei's condition was a little sluggish. Her body that was leaning on Night Sorrow's body slipped a little. Night Sorrow's hand slowly slid up her waist. Night Sorrow, who had been looking at Tianyu's body, didn't notice. However, Yang Lei felt it. 13. It feels good to touch, doesn't it? Hearing Yang Lei's words, Night Sorrow was stunned. He then realized that his hand had already landed on Yang Lei's chest. This made him quickly withdraw his hand. Behave. I'm going to sleep for a while. Ignoring Night Sorrow, Yang Lei closed her eyes and continued to rest. Night Sorrow's heart was pounding. He was worried that Yang Lei would get angry. Night Sorrow and Yang Lei took 3 days to reach the East Snow Mountain in the eastern icefield. The remaining poison in Yang Lei's body had been forced out. However, there were still some effects. Her body was a little weak. Looking at the towering ice snow mountain, Night Sorrow made a decision. Ninth senior sister, it will be even colder at the top of the mountain. It's not suitable for you to go up. #original see first T, then you can't go up alone. The Ice Jiao is a class 4 monster. It will be difficult for you to kill it. Yang Lei shook her head. She did not want Night Sorrow to take the risk. I'll bring Tianyu up. Tianyu is a natural counter to the ice Jiao. If we work hard, we might be able to kill it. If we can't fight it head-on, we can fight it from afar. I still have the red cloud needle to save my life. Night Sorrow said. But I'm still a little worried. Yang Lei said. Then it's settled. This is not a tiger's den. Night Sorrow took out the beast skins he had on him and helped Yang Lei make a shack to keep out the cold. He also left behind 2 jars of wine. Then, he jumped onto Tianyu's back. You have to be careful. Ninth senior sister will wait for you here. Seeing Night Sorrow's determined attitude, Yang Lei did not object. Waving at Yang Lei, Night Sorrow rode Tianyu towards the East Snow Mountain. The East Snow Mountain was tens of thousands of meters high. It was much colder than the Ice Snow Mountain Night Sorrow had been to before. At around 20,000 meters, Tianyu's situation was not very good. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and did not let Tianyu continue to fly. Even if they encountered the Ice Jiao, Tianyu would lose his ability to fight. It would be too difficult for him to kill a Class 4 Ice Jiao by himself. While Night Sorrow was riding Tianyu halfway up the Ice Snow Mountain, a piece of ice on the East Snow Mountain's Qianren Peak shattered. Ice shards flew everywhere and a figure appeared. Chapter 244. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. It was a woman, a tall and slender woman with a graceful figure. The woman's fine black hair was tied up on top of her head, and a green jade pendant was embedded in the front of her hair bun. Her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with light as she opened and closed them. She wore a light veil on her face. How many years has it been since I made a move? Someone really doesn't know the difference between life and death. How dare he come to East Snow Mountain to court death? The woman's body flashed and disappeared. Night Sorrow had already discovered an ice flood dragon. He relied on the dragon leap steps and executed the reincarnation spear to fight against the ice flood dragon while Tianyu attacked from the air. The ice flood dragon was very powerful. Its body was over 3 feet in diameter and several feet in length. However, it was not as fast as Night Sorrow and Tianyu. Gradually, its body was covered in wounds. It was only a matter of time before it was killed by Night Sorrow and Tianyu. It wasn't that the Ice Jiao was weak, but that Tianyu was a natural counter to him. Every time Tianyu attacked, his sharp claws and beak would cause serious damage to the Ice Jiao. After fighting for a while, Tianyu didn't take off after another attack. Instead, he grabbed the neck of the ice flood dragon with his sharp claws and pecked into the back of its head. Just as Night Sorrow was about to use his spear to finish off the ice flood dragon, he realized that he couldn't move. Not far in front of him, a figure appeared. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs. Sim energy confinement. Night Sorrow knew that this person's cultivation was unfathomable. He had encountered such a situation once before, when the Golden Flame sect's venerable Su Huantian used it on him. This was the second time. Night Sorrow's body trembled as he channeled his true qi into his arms and legs. Then, he unleashed his oscillating force in all directions. In the cold air, dozens of ripples appeared around Night Sorrow's body. This was the impact of the shock force. After the shock force passed, Night Sorrow still couldn't move. Shock force didn't work, so Night Sorrow used wave force and continued to attack the energy that was imprisoning him. Don't waste your energy. Since you came to East Snow Mountain, you should have been prepared to die. The woman in white coldly looked at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow stared at the woman in white. He did not expect that there would be someone with such a terrifying cultivation on East Snow Mountain. He was unwilling, very unwilling. He had just begun his path of cultivation, and he had already met such an irresistible opponent. What? You can't accept it. I'll give you a chance to speak. The woman in white said coldly. Ha! Are you trying to show off your superiority? If you want to kill me, then kill me. I, Night Sorrow, won't even frown. Tianyu, leave. In the future, stay away from the world and be careful. Yishang turned his head and roared at Tianyu after the white-robed woman relaxed and he could move his head again. New percent soonest, Z% Night Sorrow knew that it would be very difficult for him to escape today, but he did not want Tianyu to be killed too. When Night Sorrow shouted, Tianyu exerted force with his sharp claws and broke the neck of the ice jiao. Then, he leaped into the air and pounced at the woman. Evil creature. The woman in white waved her left arm. There was no energy or fluctuation, but Tianyu's body flew back and fell to the ground. Tianyu, leave. Night Sorrow roared at Tianyu. Do you think you can leave? The woman in white waved her arm and imprisoned Tianyu, who was about to attack again. Night Sorrow took a deep breath and did not speak. He knew that it was useless to say anything. This woman was too powerful, much stronger than Hua Yunpeng. Their auras were completely different. Why aren't you speaking? Didn't you laugh loudly just now to show off your superiority? That's because this is my territory, and I have the strength to do so. The woman in white waved her arm and slapped Night Sorrow's face with energy. Feeling superior when bullying the weak? If you can do this in front of a cultivator with the same cultivation as you, then you have the ability. Night Sorrow stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on the corner of his mouth. At present, he could only move his head, but his body could not. Of course I can. In East Snow Mountain, no matter who it is, I can kill them all. What arrogance do you have? Do you think you can rely on your early core condensation cultivation base? The white-clothed woman waved her arm again, and an energy mouth slapped Yishang's face. If you are also in core condensation, what qualifications do you have to show off in front of me? You are just relying on the fact that you have lived for a long time. If you have the ability, then kill me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Night Sorrow closed his eyes. He knew that the woman would slap him again, but he did not care. Then I will give you a chance. Today, I will use my rank 3 cultivation to kill you. The woman in white waved her arm and swept Tianyu and the ice jiao's corpses far away. Then, she coldly looked at Night Sorrow. Yishan realized that he could move. He could even move his arms and legs. Night Sorrow waved his arm and flipped his reincarnation spear, pointing it at the woman in white. I don't care what cultivation you use, but if there is a chance to fight, I, Night Sorrow, will not let it go. As soon as he finished speaking, Night Sorrow rushed towards the woman. The reincarnation spear in his hand trembled as he used the wind-chasing spear art. The woman moved 3 feet and unsheathed the long sword in her right hand, thrusting it towards Night Sorrow's chest. Night Sorrow also took a step to the side. His arms trembled slightly, and the reincarnation spear changed its course and collided with the woman's long sword. Ding! With a crisp sound, the two separated. Night Sorrow retreated 3 steps. His body was covered with white cold qi. This was the woman's true qi that was transmitted to him through the reincarnation spear. This woman's true qi was too tyrannical. Night Sorrow felt as if he was about to be frozen. He controlled the muscle-strengthening stage 9 energy of the myriad Tao treasured tome and forced the cold qi out of his body. The woman was also forced back a few steps by Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear. She didn't continue to attack because she felt that Night Sorrow was already at his limit. She was very clear on the tyrannical degree of her true qi. It could freeze blood and true qi. After Night Sorrow circulated the myriad Tao treasured tome, the suppression of the cold qi no longer existed. With a stomp of his feet, he once again charged towards the woman. Yishang controlled the myriad Tao scripture's energy to circulate to his arms, preventing himself from being affected by the extreme cold. Then, he and the white-clothed woman started fighting on this vast expanse of ice. Night Sorrow's arms had close to 20,000 gene of strength, but he still couldn't defeat the woman. The woman's movements were light and nimble. Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear couldn't exert its full strength. Most of its power was dissipated. The same was true for the vibrational force. The woman's sword was too fast. As soon as their weapons clashed, she would retreat. Her speed was even faster than Night Sorrow's vibrational force. Night Sorrow's body was steaming with mist. This was the sign of the cold chi that had invaded his arms being forced out. At this moment, Night Sorrow didn't care what cultivation base this woman was using. As long as there was a chance to fight, he would fight to the end. All of a sudden, Yishan couldn't move. He was trapped again. The woman in white stepped forward and took the reincarnation spear from Night Sorrow's hand. With a wave of her hand, the reincarnation spear flew dozens of zhang away and stabbed into the mountain wall of the eastern snow mountain. Only the tail of the spear was left trembling outside. You only use the same few moves back and forth. How boring. What other skills do you have? Let's continue. The woman retreated a few steps and looked at Night Sorrow. Chapter 245. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. You're not convinced? Then let me ask you, in that situation just now, could you have one? I used a third-rank cultivation base, but my true chi is endless. In the end, the one who used up all of his energy was you. Letting you change your fighting style was for your own good. It was to give you a chance, coldly said the white-robed woman. Night Sorrow was startled. What she said was true. If he had continued fighting like that just now, he really would have used up all of his true chi and energy and lost. There would have been no chance of victory. But that thought only lasted for an instant. Night Sorrow knew he still had to fight. Even if he died, he had to die with a bang. Night Sorrow once more charged at the white-robed woman. Clenching his hands into fists, he used the annihilating fist technique. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Night Sorrow's mastery of the annihilating fist technique was already very high. His fists alternated as he attacked the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman's sword was very fast. Each time, it blocked Night Sorrow's fists, but each time, she was repelled by Night Sorrow. Right now, Yi Shuang was going all out. Even if he was killed by that woman, he would still die in battle. The 9th level of the Tendon Strengthening Realm's true chi and the myriad Dao Tome's true chi were completely unleashed. His fists fiercely suppressed the woman, making it impossible for her to use any movement techniques. She could only be forced back. Love go little say W, Chu. The white-robed woman's true chi grew stronger and stronger. But before the cold chi could even reach Night Sorrow's arms, it was dissolved by the surging energy within Night Sorrow's flesh and bones. After being forced back by Night Sorrow, the woman was furious. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The white-robed woman's sword stabbed towards Night Sorrow's right fist. Her left hand crossed in front of Night Sorrow's left hand. At this time, Night Sorrow's left hand shook. His fist turned into a palm, and the mountain-crushing palm was sent out. Even if he was going to die, Night Sorrow would make this woman suffer. Bang! With a muffled sound, Night Sorrow and the woman separated. The robe on Night Sorrow's left arm was torn apart, and the woman's left arm swung backward. Night Sorrow took a few steps forward. His right hand used the killing fist and his left hand used the Zhenyu hand to attack the girl again. The woman took a step forward with a sword in her right hand and a fist in her left. She welcomed Night Sorrow's attack head-on. After 5 consecutive clashes, Night Sorrow no longer had the strength to continue fighting and fell to the ground. Night Sorrow had fought with the Ice Flood Dragon and this woman for so long. 5 suppressing mountain palms was his limit. After wiping his sweat, Night Sorrow gasped and crawled to Tianyu's side. Touching Tianyu with his bleeding left hand, Night Sorrow turned around to look at the woman. Shameless woman, you can do it now. Let's be clear. How am I shameless? The woman's body flashed and landed in front of Night Sorrow. She placed her long sword on Night Sorrow's neck. You think you can block 5 of my Zhenyu hand with a 3rd step cultivation? I'm not stupid. Night Sorrow looked at the woman with disdain and continued to touch Tianyu. He felt sorry for Tianyu. You have a strong body, so why can't I? Do you think my profound jade body is something you can break? The woman coldly snorted. Alright, if you want to kill me, then do it. Don't be so arrogant. Knight Sorrow's mind was calm. He had done everything he could. If he was killed, there was nothing to complain about. What I displayed just now was a level 3 Jin Qi. However, the Xian Jade body was something I cultivated after reaching level 5. Even if I am bullying you, you still have a chance to live, the woman in white said as she sheathed her long sword. I'll let him go. What are your conditions? Knight Sorrow pointed at Tianyu. You are quite affectionate. If you agree to 2 conditions, I will let you go. The woman said. Speak. Yi Shang looked at the woman and asked. The first condition is that I need the Ice Spirit Blood Essence. The second condition is that you help me find the Destiny Stone. The woman looked at Knight Sorrow carefully. I can help you find the Ice Spirit Blood Essence, but I don't even know what the Destiny Stone is. Knight Sorrow shook his head. As long as you agree. Recover your cultivation first. I will tell you in detail. The woman's body flashed and she moved to the side. Yi Shang took out a jar of wine and gulped it down. Then, he fed Tianyu some more wine before he sat down to meditate and recover. Because he had to resist the cold, Knight Sorrow used 4 hours to recover to his peak condition. After getting up, Yi Shang looked at the masked woman in white. Not bad. Your foundation is solid. Your blood essence is surging. Your body is also well cultivated. You will be able to find the Ice Spirit Blood Essence with half the effort, the woman in white said to Knight Sorrow. That's just luck. How can it be half the effort? Knight Sorrow looked at the woman and said. The Ice Spirit Blood Essence is the power of Blood Essence. It will react to the same power of Blood Essence. Your Blood Essence is very strong. Although it hasn't reached the level of Essence Smoke, it has reached the peak. You will definitely be able to find the Ice Spirit Blood Essence if you travel through the Eastern Ice Field. Of course, if you are sitting on a flying mount, it will be much less effective. Only if you are close to the ice surface and the Ice Spirit Blood Essence is strong enough will the Ice Spirit well erupt. The woman in white explained to Knight Sorrow. I see. I can find the Ice Spirit Blood Essence for you. I'm sorry, but I don't know where to find the Heaven's Mandate Stone. I don't have the time to find it. Knight Sorrow directly rejected the second condition. Give me 3 pieces of the Ice Spirit Blood Essence and I will let you go. I won't force you to give me the Heaven's Mandate Stone. I can give you a suitable exchange. The woman said. Then I will go find the Ice Spirit Blood Essence now. Knight Sorrow said. Go. The woman in white flicked her arm and a milky white light shot into Knight Sorrow's body. What did you do? Knight Sorrow looked at his body but didn't find anything. Do you think I'm stupid? What if you run away and don't come back? I left a profound jade spirit chi in your body. If you don't come back, you will have to bear the consequences. The woman in white snorted. I admit defeat, but I can't take this lying down. I will remember this. Knight Sorrow put away the Ice Flood Dragon's corpse and the reincarnation spear. Then, he flashed onto Tianyu's back and rode Tianyu away. When they reached the foot of the East Snow Mountain, Knight Sorrow returned to Yang Lei's place. 13, you are back. Did everything go well? Yang Lei looked at Knight Sorrow worriedly. It went well. However, we can't leave for now. I have something else to do. Knight Sorrow said. He didn't want to tell Yang Lei about what happened just now. He didn't want Yang Lei to worry. What is it? Yang Lei asked. Knight Sorrow smiled and used the excuse that he had to find the Ice Flood Dragon. After resting for a while, Knight Sorrow set off. He let Tianyu fly in the sky while he ran on the ground. At the same time, he circulated the energy of the Myriad Dao Treasured Tome. As the Myriad Dao Treasured Tome circulated, Night Sorrow discovered a problem with his body. There was an extremely cold air around the dragon tendons on his back. He knew that this was the profound jade spirit chi that the woman left behind. Without thinking, Night Sorrow began to circulate the energy to refine it. Chapter 246. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. With this feeling in mind, Night Sorrow stopped running. Instead, he sat down cross-legged to study the cold chi, which was the mysterious jade spiritual energy that the lady in white had mentioned. Love go little say W. Chu. Night Sorrow realized that he could not refine the mysterious jade spiritual energy. However, he could infuse the energy in his body into the mysterious jade spiritual energy and assimilate it. With this idea in mind, Night Sorrow used the energy of the myriad Tao treasured tome in his body to assimilate the domineering mysterious jade spiritual energy. As time passed, the mysterious jade spiritual energy started to overflow after being infused with energy by Night Sorrow. The overflowing energy was the energy in Night Sorrow's body. In other words, the energy of the myriad Tao treasured tome in Night Sorrow's body was filtered by the mysterious jade spiritual energy and assimilated it. After a day, Night Sorrow resolved the threat of the mysterious jade spiritual energy and made it his own. He stopped it below the dragon tendon. Furthermore, Night Sorrow realized that as long as he needed it, the energy of the myriad Tao treasured tome would turn into cold chi after going through the mysterious jade spiritual energy. At the same time that Yi Shang dealt with the profound jade spirit chi, the woman in white, who had been sitting cross-legged on East Snow Mountain, stood up. The profound jade spirit chi can't be refined. How can I lose my sense of it? Does he have some heaven-defying method? He ran away. It will be difficult to get out. Baidu search love go xiao say www.aichux.com. Sighing lightly, the white-clothed woman continued to meditate. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow continued to search for the ice spirit blood essence. Night Sorrow felt that since he had promised, he had to do it. Otherwise, he would feel that he had broken his promise every time he thought about it. Night Sorrow ran on the easternmost ice field and circulated the myriad Tao treasured tome with all his might. In the evening, just as Night Sorrow was about to rest, a muffled sound came from under his feet. Night Sorrow's body flashed and he quickly left the place. Then, the ice layer broke and a white fog sprayed into the sky. Ice Spirit Well. Night Sorrow circulated the myriad Tao tome and ran around the eastern ice field for an entire day. When he was about to rest, the Ice Spirit Well finally appeared. Baidu search AI go female sign xiao say www.aichuxs.com. He understood that the white-clothed woman's words made sense. There was no doubt that the Ice Spirit blood essence existed in the Ice Spirit Well. Sure enough, after the Ice Spirit Well erupted, Night Sorrow found a piece of Ice Spirit blood essence. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow decided not to rest and continued running. Running was also a form of training. Resisting the cold was also a form of training. In the following Night Sorrow, he did not stop running. In 5 days, he collected 4 pieces of Ice Spirit blood essence. Feeling that he had run a little too far, Night Sorrow ran back to East Snow Mountain in a circle. Love go little say ku. Apart from resting and recovering, Night Sorrow ran continuously for 10 days. During these 10 days, Night Sorrow gained a lot. Not only did he collect 6 pieces of Ice Spirit blood essence, but his cultivation also increased a lot. The extremely cold chi also tempered his quintessential chi and the energy of the myriad Tao tome. When he returned to the foot of East Snow Mountain, Night Sorrow saw Yang Lei standing in front of the shack, looking around. 13. When she saw Night Sorrow, Yang Lei ran over. "Ninth senior sister, I'm back," Night Sorrow said with a smile. "You scared ninth senior sister to death. Ninth senior sister was worried that you wouldn't be able to come back. Why did you run back?" Yang Lei reached out and wiped the frost off Night Sorrow's eyebrows and hair. L plus #genuine Y head, sent, "It's okay. I just went to look for some ice spirit blood essence. Everything went well. Night Sorrow looked at Yang Lei, who had tears in her eyes, and reached out to pull her into his arms. After entering the shack, Yang Lei helped Night Sorrow clean the frost off his body. 13, let's go back. I don't want to see you like this anymore. Okay, but I still have to go to East Snow Mountain. I have something to do. Night Sorrow looked at Yang Lei and said. 13, are you hiding something from me? Yang Lei felt that something was wrong. It's nothing. When I come back, I will explain it to ninth senior sister. Wait for me here, Night Sorrow said to Yang Lei. I'll go with you. Yang Lei was sure that Night Sorrow was hiding something from her. No, ninth senior sister. Just wait for me here. Night Sorrow refused directly. He knew that if that woman wanted to make a move, Yang Lei would be of no use. In addition, Night Sorrow also knew that it was too late to leave now. The shack was at the foot of East Snow Mountain. For an expert like the woman in white, it was easy for her to find it. No, I want to go with you. Yang Lei shook her head. Ninth senior sister, there is an expert on East Snow Mountain. She is much stronger than our great elder Hua. I promised her a condition, and I have fulfilled it. Let's go see her and then leave, Night Sorrow said. Stronger than great elder Hua. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow in surprise. Yes. I'm sure. She gives me the feeling that she is almost one with the world of ice and snow. She can control the energy of heaven and earth with a wave of her hand. So, you should wait for me here. Night Sorrow nodded to Yang Lei. After leaving the shack, Night Sorrow jumped onto Tianyu's back and flew towards East Snow Mountain. Yi Shang was gambling. He was gambling that this woman with such a high cultivation was not someone who would go back on her word. He felt that there was no need for her to go against her word because of an ant like him. This would also become a heart demon in the future. At the place where he killed the ice Jiao, Night Sorrow landed on Tianyu's back. When Night Sorrow's eyes swept around, Tianyu on Night Sorrow's back cried out. Night Sorrow turned around and immediately took a few steps back. The woman in white with a veil on her face was not far from him. Here are 3 pieces of ice spirit blood essence. I've fulfilled my promise. Night Sorrow took out 3 pieces of ice spirit blood essence and placed them in front of him. Then, he took a few steps back and summoned Tianyu to his side. I won't make things difficult for you. I still have some things to discuss with you. The woman took 2 steps forward and picked up the ice spirit blood essence. Then, she frowned. Go ahead. I'm listening. Night Sorrow replied cautiously. You can even trigger such a small piece of ice spirit blood essence. According to my estimation, it's not enough. The woman in white said in a low voice. Not enough? Alright, I'll give you another piece. Night Sorrow took out another piece of ice spirit blood essence and placed it in front of him. Then, he took a few steps back. Enough. I won't take advantage of you. This is a piece of profound ice jade. Take it and you won't lose anything. The woman in white waved her hand and a piece of white jade with a diameter of 1 meter flew towards Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow waved his hand and put the profound ice jade into his storage ring. Can I leave now? Why are you in such a hurry? I already said that I won't make things difficult for you. Do you want a spirit weapon? The woman in white threw out a big bait when she saw that Night Sorrow was about to leave. I don't want it. Are you going to let me go or not? Are you going to break your promise? Night Sorrow asked with a frown. You? The woman in white pointed at Night Sorrow. Energy surged around her body. She seemed to be extremely angry, but she didn't make a move. Chapter 247. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Let's not talk about spirit artifacts for now. I'm from the Eastern Xian region, and I have to do my best for the Eastern Xian region. What you said makes sense. I'll do my best for the Heaven's Mandate Stone, but I can't give you any guarantees. Yi Shan looked at the woman in white seriously and said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to let you go." Yi Shan looked at the woman in white seriously and said, "Don't worry. I believe you. Just do your best. Do you have wine?" "Give me some," the white-clothed woman said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow took out a jar of wine and threw it to the white-clothed woman. Then, he continued to stand at the side. His mind was in a mess. This woman was too strong, but why did she need his help? "You're just a third-order brat. Coming to the eastern ice field to look for the blood essence of the ice spirit is already a very crazy act. Why did you come to the eastern snow mountain?" The woman in white turned around and took a sip of wine before asking. "Tianji Tower issued an unrestricted mission to find ice spirit blood essence. I want to improve my qualifications in Tianji Tower, so I accepted this mission. As for coming to Ice Snow Mountain, I want to refine pills, so I need Ice Flood Dragon Bones." Night Sorrow also opened a jar of wine and drank 2 mouthfuls. Ice Wyrm Bone. That's not a difficult question. I remember killing 2 rank 5 Ice Jiao a long time ago. Their corpses are still here. You can take them away. Also, how did you get rid of the mysterious jade spiritual qi in your body? When the woman in white said this, her eyes flashed as she sized up Night Sorrow. When Night Sorrow came back, she had been studying this problem. She found that the profound jade spiritual qi was still there, but it did not listen to her command. That's a personal secret. Night Sorrow didn't want to answer this question. 7 Gaff. The mysterious jade spiritual qi is the energy produced by the mysterious jade body. It's my innate ability. It's unique in the Eastern Xian region, and even in the entire 9 regions and 18 states. As long as the mysterious jade spiritual qi enters the body, there's no way to deal with it. Even if someone has the same cultivation as me, they can only resist the mysterious jade spiritual qi's invasion. If you can solve this problem, it's very important to me. Of course, it's up to you whether you want to tell me or not. You didn't refine it, but assimilate it. The woman in white who had been sizing up Night Sorrow discovered the problem. Love go little say W, Chu, it's like this. Since I couldn't refine it, I used my own energy to assimilate it. Fortunately, I succeeded. Since the white-clothed woman had seen through him, Yi Shan didn't hide anything. Not bad. This means that the energy you cultivated is of a very high level. In terms of level, it's not lower than my mysterious jade spiritual qi. Since you have this opportunity, I won't be stingy and give you another mysterious jade spiritual qi. Also, I can teach you the mysterious jade hands of the mysterious jade body. The woman in white thought for a while. Then, she waved her arm and shot another mysterious jade spiritual qi at Night Sorrow. Then, she took out a beast skin and drew on it with her fingertips. Then, she threw the beast skin to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow took a look at the beast skin and was shocked. There were hollow words on it. This required a very strong control of energy. Alright, follow me to collect the ice dragon's bones. Then, we'll go back. The woman in white waved her arm and wrapped Night Sorrow with her energy. Then, Night Sorrow felt the environment change. Then, he arrived at a new place. Night Sorrow, who was released by the woman in white, felt the coldness increase. He had to use the myriad Tao Tome at full power to resist it. Not far from Night Sorrow, there were 2 frozen ice dragon corpses. The woman in white waved her hand and shattered the ice around the ice dragon corpses. You can put them away. Night Sorrow nodded and put the 2 ice dragon corpses into Lu Shan Knight's storage ring. Your storage ring has a lot of space, the woman in white said as she watched Night Sorrow put away the ice dragon corpses. It's not that the storage ring has a lot of space. I have 2, Night Sorrow explained. Now, let me tell you about the Destiny Stone. If you obtain the Destiny Stone, I'm just borrowing it. The Destiny Stone will still belong to you. I don't know if anyone has told you about fate. Only those with great fate can obtain the Destiny Stone, the woman in white said to Night Sorrow. Senior, you think I have fate? Night Sorrow asked. Yes. I can tell you about the path of fate. Fate exists in the unseen world. Some people are born with fate. Some people are born with fate. Some people are born with fate. I'm sure you have both, but you're not very strong right now. You have to be careful not to let your fate be stolen. Don't fall so easily, the woman in white said to Night Sorrow. I understand. Let's talk about the Destiny Stone, Night Sorrow said. The Destiny Stone is a spirit stone that contains the origin energy of heaven and earth. It's also called the Origin Stone. When you reach rank 5, come here again. I'll tell you more about it. If I'm not here anymore, crush this soul pearl and I'll come find you. The woman in white threw a milky white pearl to Night Sorrow. Senior, thank you for giving me the book and profound jade spirit chi. I have nothing to repay you with. Here are 2 ice spirit blood essences. Night Sorrow took out 2 more ice spirit blood essences. In other words, he had taken out all the ice spirit blood essences he had collected in the last 10 days. There's more. I'll take 1 more piece. You also want to do an unlimited task. 5 pieces of blood essence of ice spirit are enough for me. I owe you a big favor this time. The white-clothed woman waved her arm, and put away a piece of blood essence of ice spirit. Then if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Night Sorrow saw Tianyu fly up with difficulty. I'm a woman of my word. As long as you're willing to find the Destiny Stone and come back when you reach rank 5, I'll give you a spirit artifact. If I give it to you now, I won't have any other benefits, the woman in white said to Night Sorrow. After putting away the ice spirit blood essences, Night Sorrow looked at the woman in white and asked, I'll come back. Can I leave my name? All right. I'm Spirit Consort Wu. Don't tell anyone about me. The woman in white's figure turned illusory and disappeared. Night Sorrow looked at where Spirit Consort Wu was standing before he rode Tianyu to the foot of East Snow Mountain. When he arrived at the foot of East Snow Mountain, Night Sorrow saw Yang Lei, who was looking forward to seeing him. Are you okay? Yang Lei jumped up and landed on Tianyu's back. After a few days of rest, she had completely recovered. The problem is solved, and I even got some benefits. Senior sister, you ride Tianyu in the air and I'll run on the ground. Night Sorrow planned to continue running after leaving East Snow Mountain's range to see if he could get anything else. Since he had the opportunity to get the ice spirit blood essences, Night Sorrow planned to get more benefits. Gong Xian, Sikong Chuyu, and Yang Lei all needed rank 5 weapons and rank 5 pills. Chapter 248. Genius 1 second. Remember love go divided by Shao. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Leave your wine for me. As the sky feather took off, Wu Lingfei's voice rang out in Yishang's ears. Night Sorrow turned his head and saw that Yang Lei didn't react at all. He immediately understood that Wu Lingfei had said this specifically for him to hear. After jumping off Tianyu, Night Sorrow took out 2 jars of wine from his storage ring and placed the rest on the ice. Then, he jumped onto Tianyu's back and left with Yang Lei. Yang Lei saw Night Sorrow's strange behavior and didn't ask because it wasn't the right time to do so. After Night Sorrow and Yang Lei left, a blurry figure appeared and then solidified. It collected the wine that Night Sorrow had left behind and then disappeared again. Yang Lei asked when they were about 400 to 500 miles away from East Snow Mountain. It was someone from East Snow Mountain who sent me a voice transmission and asked me to leave the wine behind, Night Sorrow said. I didn't notice at all. This person is too strong, Yang Lei said with a sigh. Senior sister, you and Tianyu fly slowly up there. I'll go collect some more ice spirit blood essence. After the danger passed, Night Sorrow felt a lot better. Just as Yang Lei was about to say something, Night Sorrow had already jumped down and started running on the ice field. Baidu search AI go female sign shao say www.aichuxs. Xiaom seeing Night Sorrow running quickly, Yang Lei felt helpless. She could only follow behind Night Sorrow with Tianyu. After running for 6 hours, something happened. The ice field where Night Sorrow had just run past shattered and white ice spirit chi soared into the sky. Yang Lei rode on Tianyu and landed beside Night Sorrow. What's going on? If I circulate the blood energy in my body at full speed, the ice spirit blood essence in the ice field sea will sense it and erupt, Night Sorrow said with a smile. So that's how it is. The possibility of finding it while riding a flying demonic beast is very low. No wonder the ice spirit blood essence is so hard to find. Love Go Little Say Yang Lei seemed to understand the crux of the matter. Ice spirit wells that appear naturally are extremely rare. After all, they only appear when the ice spirit blood essence is very close to the surface of the ice, Night Sorrow said as he put away the ice spirit blood essence with his claws. How do you know this? Yang Lei thought of another question. That person told me. I helped her find 5 pieces and completed some transactions. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's head out of the easternmost ice field and search as we go. We'll find as many as we can. The blood energy contained in the ice spirit blood essence is very domineering. It might be useful for my cultivation in the future, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow cultivated the myriad Tao treasured tome and needed the strength of his flesh and blood. The ice spirit blood essence contained this kind of energy. Then try your best to find as many as you can, Yang Lei said as she patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. Night Sorrow then continued running in the easternmost ice field. In a few days, Night Sorrow had accumulated 7 pieces of ice spirit blood essence. There were also a few battles in between. None of the enemies that appeared were Yang Lei's match. Yang Lei's cultivation was at the 5th stage. Coupled with the wind and thunder sword technique and heaven covering hand, she had the ability to fight above her level. It was very difficult to defeat her. Night Sorrow's running was much slower than flying on the Tianyu. However, Night Sorrow and Yang Lei didn't mind. Night Sorrow treated this as cultivation and Yang Lei didn't lack any time. At night, the two of them rested in a shack made of animal skin. Yang Lei liked the feeling of leaning against Night Sorrow. Every time he hugged Yang Lei to rest, Night Sorrow had a strange impulse. He felt that his relationship with Yang Lei was different from before. It had crossed the line of a simple sibling relationship. After leaving the East Snow Mountain for a period of time, Night Sorrow and Yang Lei left the easternmost ice field. Night Sorrow's harvest was 11 pieces of ice spirit blood essence. According to Yang Lei's wishes, the two of them continued to search. However, Night Sorrow didn't think it was necessary. He would come back in the future anyway. Yang Lei respected Night Sorrow's wishes. During this period of time, Yang Lei had changed a little. In front of Night Sorrow, she was no longer as strong as before. She had become much gentler. Outside the ice field, Yang Lei released the blue condor and let Tianyu rest. The two of them sat on the back of the blue condor and flew back to Danding City. 9th Senior Sister, when we go back, call the senior brothers who need to do the unrestricted mission and let them submit it, Night Sorrow said. Forget it. Do you think the senior brothers and senior sisters will take advantage of you? However, as for eldest senior brother, we have to persuade him as well. He has also cultivated the wind and thunder sword technique like senior sister. Using the thunder sword is the most suitable choice, said Yang Lei. What about the others? Night Sorrow asked. The others are still a distance away from the 5th step. Also, they all have their own paths, Yang Lei said. All right. However, I still have to help 6th Senior Sister get a weapon. Night Sorrow said. He knew that it was difficult for women to do missions. Aoi's personality was gentle. She liked to study alchemy and formations. She didn't do many missions. Yes, 6th Senior Sister needs help, Yang Lei nodded. After chatting for a while, Yang Lei leaned on Night Sorrow's chest to rest. Night Sorrow could only hug Yang Lei's soft body and cultivate. One had to admit that this was a test for Night Sorrow. It was a test of his willpower and determination. 13. Ninth senior sister won't be able to get married, Yang Lei said softly as she leaned on Night Sorrow's chest. Ninth senior sister, I will go back and talk to Chuyu, Night Sorrow said softly after thinking for a while. Let me handle this matter. Don't be troubled. Yang Lei had already made up her mind. Night Sorrow didn't know what to feel. He knew what Yang Lei meant. He just felt that he had wronged Sikong Chuyu and Yang Lei. Night Sorrow also remembered what Sikong Chuyu said that day. He knew that Sikong Chuyu had already felt it, but he didn't oppose it. Ninth senior sister, don't you feel wronged? Night Sorrow asked. You have seen what you should and shouldn't see. Why would I feel wronged? I want to rest. Just hug me and don't touch me, Yang Lei reminded Night Sorrow and then went to rest. Night Sorrow was helpless. He knew that some things could only be done as they were. He sat on the back of the Blue Eagle and started to assimilate the new Xian Jade Spirit Qi that Wu Lingfei gave him. As soon as Night Sorrow started, Yang Lei sat up straight because Night Sorrow was emitting a strong chill. Seeing that Night Sorrow's eyebrows and hair were covered in frost, Yang Lei was very shocked. They had already left the eastern ice field. Although it was still a bit cold, it wasn't as strong. She couldn't understand what was happening to Night Sorrow's body, but she knew that it wouldn't hurt Night Sorrow because his face and lips were red. After a day, Night Sorrow finished assimilating the new Xian Jade Spirit Qi. He could now control 2 Xian Jade Spirit Qi. Q5 shots at this time, Yang Lei had already landed the Blue Eagle to boil water and make food. In order not to disturb Night Sorrow, Yang Lei had the Blue Eagle lie there obediently. Chapter 249. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 13. What exactly are you cultivating? Why are you so cold during the day? Yang Lei asked as she brewed a pot of tea and looked at Night Sorrow. Love go little say W. Chu, I plan to cultivate a new battle technique. During the day, I solved the problem of the 2 profound jade spiritual qis, Night Sorrow said with a smile. He was in an extremely good mood. Solve it quickly. Otherwise, when you get married in the future, you can only look at her. Don't hug me in the future, Yang Lei said as she looked at Night Sorrow. It's already solved. If I don't cultivate in the future, this won't happen again. Night Sorrow felt the profound jade spiritual qis on both sides of the dragon tendons on his back and said. Now, the 2 profound jade spiritual qis were his. Cultivating the profound jade hands was to circulate the 2 profound jade spiritual qis to strengthen both hands. In the end, it could be cultivated to a level comparable to a divine weapon. That's good. Have a good rest after drinking the water. You've been too tired during this period. Although your body can withstand it, your mind is also exhausted, Yang Lei said. Okay, I'll feed Tianyu a beast pill first. Night Sorrow took out a beast pill and gave it to Tianyu. The blue condor directly hunted demonic beasts. Tianyu didn't eat anything raw other than python gall. Baidu search AI go female sign shao say www.aichuxs. After Night Sorrow settled Tianyu down, Yang Lei finished roasting the 2 pheasants and took out a jar of wine. Ninth senior sister, thank you for accompanying me to the eastern ice field. Let me toast you with this bowl of wine. Night Sorrow took the wine jar and poured out 2 bowls. He picked up a bowl and raised it to Yang Lei. Yang Lei smiled, picked up the bowl, and drank it directly. After the 2 of them ate, Night Sorrow set up a shack and covered it with animal skins. 13. You have a lot of storage rings, so you have a storage space. Next time you go out, you can bring some blankets or something. It's necessary to cultivate diligently, but if you can feel comfortable, you should feel comfortable, right? Yang Lei said after entering the shack. Love go little say ku, I'll prepare for it in the future. Ninth senior sister, you can rest now. Night Sorrow nodded with a smile. He knew that Aoi and Yang Lei had high standards for living. Let's rest together. Yang Lei blushed. Night Sorrow rubbed his forehead. The space in the shack was indeed a little small. It was okay when it was cold a few days ago, but now that they were together, it was a little inappropriate. I'll go out and meditate. Ninth senior sister, rest. After speaking, Night Sorrow walked out. 13. Don't be so particular. Yang Lei pulled Night Sorrow and let Night Sorrow sit on the animal skin. She leaned against it and sat down. Night Sorrow had nothing to say. He took off his animal skin and put it on Yang Lei. Then, he covered Yang Lei's body with the golden silk leopard's animal skin. After lying down, Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and said with a blushing face, "It's very warm. Come in too." Night Sorrow nodded and went under the animal skin, lying down next to Yang Lei. Yang Lei's body shrank into Yishang's embrace, and then she rested. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.ai2xs. COM hugging Yang Lei, Night Sorrow also rested. He was really tired these past few days. When the sun rose, Night Sorrow was woken up by the pain. Yang Lei had hit a key part of his body. Are you having some weird thoughts? After waking up, Yang Lei realized that Night Sorrow's key part was pressed against her, so she reached out and knocked on it. I really didn't. I was well behaved the whole night. After a night's sleep, there was still some reaction in the morning. This Night Sorrow was also very helpless. I'm such a failure as a woman. Lying in your arms like this, you don't even have any thoughts. Yang Lei glared at Night Sorrow. Ninth senior sister, do you want me to have thoughts or not? Night Sorrow was somewhat helpless. Yang Lei's words were wrong no matter how he answered. You can have thoughts, but you can't move. Yang Lei said with a smile. Night Sorrow could only nod. At this time, what else could he say? After hugging Yang Lei for a while, Night Sorrow got up to practice wind-chasing spear technique and shattering killing fist. 13. Your cultivation has improved so fast. You are now in the middle stage of core condensation stage. When you enter the third stage of core condensation stage, you can eat essence congealing pill to quickly increase your cultivation level. Yang Lei said to Night Sorrow. And, when we return to the Medicine Valley, it should be enough. Night Sorrow said as he put away his reincarnation spear. After tidying up, the two continued their journey. Yang Lei closed her eyes and meditated. Night Sorrow took out the mysterious Jade Hand's ancient book that Wu Lingfei gave him and began to read it. The mysterious Jade Hand was a part of Wu Lingfei's ultimate technique, the mysterious Jade Body. Wu Lingfei had first used extreme cold energy to temper her body and cultivate the mysterious Jade Body. Only then did she have the mysterious Jade Spirit Qi. Now that Night Sorrow has mysterious Jade Qi in his body, he can use mysterious Jade Qi to temper his hands. Only after tempering his hands can he use mysterious Jade Hands. After putting away the ancient book, Night Sorrow controlled the two mysterious Jade Qi to enter his hands through his arms. He stimulated the cold Qi in the mysterious Jade Qi to temper his hands. A cultivator's attacks were mostly completed with their hands. Therefore, the strength of their hands was extremely important. When Night Sorrow was cultivating, Yang Lei woke up. Because of Night Sorrow's cultivation, Tianyu's back was extremely cold. It had already surpassed the core region of the eastern icefield. Without disturbing Night Sorrow, Yang Lei released the Azure Condor. She landed on the Azure Condor's back and sat cross-legged to meditate and cultivate. She was already used to Night Sorrow's situation. It was normal for anything to happen to Night Sorrow's body. The process of tempering his hands was very painful. After being tempered by extreme cold Qi, waves of pain invaded Night Sorrow's mind. Genuine first edition. Night Sorrow thought that after tempering his hands with cold chi, his hands would become numb. However, that was not the case. The sensation in his hands was very intense. The pain in his blood vessels, nerves, and bones were very clear. Knowing that he had to pass this stage, Night Sorrow resisted the pain. He controlled the two mysterious jade chi to spread to every corner of his hands. In the evening, Night Sorrow stopped cultivating. He directly retracted the mysterious jade chi that he had used a little and returned it to the dragon tendons on his back. Looking at his hands, Night Sorrow realized that his hands were much fairer and his fists were more powerful. Yang Lei looked at Yi Shang's fair hands and said, "You brat, you even know how to stop cultivating. Hey, your hands are almost as tender as mine." Yi Shang said. "Yes, this is the effect of cultivating a new combat skill." Night Sorrow raised his hands and looked at them. Then, he stabbed them into the ancient tree beside him. Chi! Night Sorrow's hands were stabbed into the tree. When he pulled his hands back, there were no scratches on his hands at all. This. What kind of combat skill are you cultivating? Yang Lei asked in shock. Mysterious jade hands. I just started cultivating it. The effect is not bad. Night Sorrow looked at his hands with satisfaction. Chapter 250. Genius 1 second. Remember love go divided by Shao. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The strength of Night Sorrow's hands was already very high. Just now, he only used his strength and didn't use any energy to protect his hands. However, he didn't suffer any injuries. Baidu search AI go female sign Shao say www.aichuxs. Calm, your hands are weapons. Yang Lei said with emotion. In the future, I won't have to worry about my hands getting injured when I use Destruction Fist Art, Heaven Covering Hand, and Mysterious Jade Hands. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Eat something and rest. Yang Lei said. She was really happy for Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow didn't rest with Yang Lei. He wanted to speed up the tempering of his hands. In addition, he didn't want to rest with Yang Lei. Because hugging her to rest made him restless. After a night, Night Sorrow's hands were strengthened by a lot. Each of the two strands of mysterious jade spiritual chi had consumed 1/5 of it. After hurrying, Night Sorrow continued to strengthen his hands. While strengthening his hands, Night Sorrow also practiced the myriad Tao Tome and Sacred Cauldron scripture. 5 days later, Night Sorrow had used up the 2 strands of mysterious jade spiritual chi. It couldn't be said that it was used up. The 2 strands of mysterious jade spiritual chi had scattered into Night Sorrow's flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. At this moment, Night Sorrow's hands were sparkling like jade, like a work of art. Night Sorrow's hands could easily crush ancient trees and mountain rocks. His hands weren't affected at all. Night Sorrow even used the sky-piercing spear to chop off his hands. After the chop, his hands weren't injured, only leaving a white mark. Are these still your hands? When Night Sorrow used the sky-piercing spear to chop off his hands, Yang Lei was shocked. However, when she saw the sky-piercing spear bouncing off, she was shocked. Night Sorrow followed the chant of the mysterious jade hands manual and circulated the mysterious jade spiritual energy in his right hand. His body flashed as he grabbed at an ancient tree in front of him. Chi! Night Sorrow tore off a section of the sturdy ancient tree, and at the same time, the ancient tree was frozen. Ha! I've finally succeeded. Trump card. Yang Lei knew that Night Sorrow's battle technique was definitely a trump card that would never fail. 13. Who is that person? Yang Lei asked curiously. She's a very powerful expert. Her spatial imprisonment is much stronger than illusory sky. I don't know why such an expert would be at East Snow Mountain. She almost killed me the first time I went up there. Night Sorrow still had some lingering fear. Experts were all eccentric. Killing someone was nothing. Want to kill you? Why? Yang Lei asked with a frown. Because East Snow Mountain is her territory. It's a forbidden area. Once you enter her territory, who can stop her if she wants to kill you? Night Sorrow said with a smile. A woman? Then how did you escape? Yang Lei asked with some concern. Night Sorrow nodded and told her about the battle and the deal. Then why did you go the second time? Yang Lei glared at Night Sorrow. Since I agreed, I have to go. Otherwise, it will be a stain on my record when I think about it in the future, Night Sorrow said. Maybe you did the right thing. Experts have a characteristic. If they want to kill you, they will kill you at the beginning. If they didn't kill you at the beginning, they won't have any killing intent later. I really didn't expect there to be such a strong woman in Eastern Xian region. Love go little say, Yang Lei said. Let's forget about this matter. That person didn't let me talk about her. However, according to my analysis, she might be cultivating an extreme cold cultivation technique, so she wants to stay at East Snow Mountain, Night Sorrow said. Then let's not talk about this anymore. When we go back, senior sister will have a tier 5 weapon to play with. Yang Lei was very excited at the thought of a tier 5 weapon. Ninth senior sister, that woman mentioned a realm war. Are there any in the 9 regions and 18 states? Night Sorrow asked. Of course there are. There was one 300 years ago. I heard that many venerables died in battle. Yang Lei nodded. Okay, got it. That woman needs my help. I really have to help her, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. Since she's willing to teach you such a battle skill, I'm sure she doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. Your battle prowess has increased quite a bit, Yang Lei said as she looked at Yishang's jade-like hands. Indeed. At the very least, I won't have to worry about my hands getting injured when I exchange blows with others in the future, Night Sorrow said as he clenched his hands. This is a killer move. Hide it well and use it at a critical moment to kill the enemy, Yang Lei said as she patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. I understand what senior sister means. Let's go, Night Sorrow said. How about I sit with you on Tianyu today? You were cold a few days ago. You shouldn't be cold now, right? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I won't be cold anymore. I've already completely controlled the profound jade energy. I feel that the woman taking out 2 strands of profound jade energy will affect her quite a bit. Night Sorrow flashed onto Tianyu's back. He knew that the 2 strands of profound jade energy were very precious. It wasn't pure energy that could be consumed or replenished. It should be origin energy. First. In fact, Night Sorrow guessed right. On East Snow Mountain's Qianren Peak, Wu Lingfei stood with her hands behind her back and muttered to herself, I need 3 years to condense 2 strands of profound jade energy. I hope you don't waste it. 5 pieces of ice spirit blood essence is enough to make up for the loss of blood chi last time. Night Sorrow was holding Yang Lei while cultivating pure energy and the myriad Dao Tome. The next few days were spent like this. Night Sorrow cultivated during the day and rested with Yang Lei at night. Not far from the Medicine Valley, Night Sorrow's cultivation once again reached a bottleneck. First, his pure energy reached the peak of the 2nd level of the core condensation realm, mainly because he had a top-grade spirit congealing pill. 2 days after his pure energy reached the peak of the 2nd level of the core condensation realm, Night Sorrow also cultivated the myriad Dao Tome to the peak of the 9th level of the muscle strengthening realm. Night Sorrow was thinking about whether to return to the Medicine Valley to make a breakthrough or to make a breakthrough on the road. Yang Lei felt that there was no need to return to the Medicine Valley. He could make a breakthrough now. After listening to Yang Lei's suggestion, Night Sorrow began to make a breakthrough. His pure energy breakthrough was very smooth and didn't have any difficulties. It only took him half the night to make a breakthrough. Because he wasn't in a hurry, Night Sorrow didn't make a breakthrough in the myriad Dao Tome. He stabilized his cultivation overnight. Today, he didn't hurry on the road. Night Sorrow stabilized his pure energy cultivation in the morning and began to make a breakthrough in the Myriad Tao Tome. This breakthrough was very important for Night Sorrow. This wasn't a breakthrough but an advancement. Once he succeeded, Night Sorrow would enter the Myriad Tao Tome's bone-forging chapter and his strength would increase again. After greeting Yang Lei, Night Sorrow went to strengthen the tendons in his head. The strengthening of the tendons in the head was the most important part of the Myriad Tao Tome's muscle-strengthening realm. A cultivator's senses were very important. Sight, hearing, and smell could determine the outcome of a battle. That was why many people focused on cultivating these senses. Night Sorrow was currently strengthening the tendons in his head to strengthen his sight, hearing, smell, and other senses. Furthermore, only by strengthening the tendons in his head would Night Sorrow be able to enter the bone-forging chapter of the Myriad Tao Tome. In the future, his body would rapidly increase in strength. Yang Lei could only watch as Night Sorrow made a breakthrough. She didn't know what kind of cultivation technique Night Sorrow was cultivating. It wasn't only her who didn't know. The people around Night Sorrow also didn't know. Chapter 251. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little. I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. After controlling the energy to enter the tendons in his head, Night Sorrow's face and the tendons behind his ears began to twitch. Soon, sweat appeared on his face from the pain. The nerves in the head were sensitive, so the pain was also intense. However, Night Sorrow could endure it. He had cultivated the Myriad Tao treasured tome for a long time, so he had experienced a lot of pain. Looking at Night Sorrow's sweat, Yang Lei could only walk back and forth. She could see how much pain Night Sorrow was in from Night Sorrow's distorted face. The tendons in the head were small, so strengthening them wasn't as easy as strengthening the other areas. However, the energy consumption was less. The only difficulty was enduring the pain. When evening came, Night Sorrow finished his breakthrough. His cultivation of the Myriad Tao treasured tome had officially entered the bone-forging realm. Standing up, Night Sorrow felt that his senses had become much stronger. He could clearly hear the chirping of birds from far away. He could even hear the sound of insects digging through the soil. With a clear mind, Night Sorrow raised his head and roared. I've already prepared the food and wine. Go wash up and then we'll eat. Ninth senior sister will celebrate with you, Yang Lei said with a smile. Looking at the circles of sweat on his robes that had dried up, Night Sorrow left the camp and found a place to take a bath. After taking a bath and feeding Tianyu a beast origin pill, Night Sorrow and Yang Lei drank wine to celebrate. Fortunately, ninth senior sister brought wine. Otherwise, we would have to drink water. Night Sorrow said with a smile. He no longer had any wine in his spatial ring. Yang Lei smiled but didn't say anything. She really enjoyed the feeling of being together with Night Sorrow like this. After eating, Yishang helped Yang Lei, who was a little drunk, to rest. Then, he sat down to stabilize his cultivation. He had just made a breakthrough in his true qi and the Myriad Tao treasured tome, so he needed to stabilize his cultivation. New chapter equals, above $3. Barely in the morning, Yang Lei came out of the shack and stretched her seductive waist. You've been cultivating all night again. I wonder if I'm not attractive anymore. Didn't I just break through? I need to stabilize my cultivation. Night Sorrow explained with a smile. Let's pack up and set off. We'll be back in Danding City in 2 days, Yang Lei said. Sitting on Tianyu's back, Night Sorrow and Yang Lei chatted. The two of them discussed how many missions they needed to hand in. Yang Lei's weapon was dealt with once, and Night Sorrow's weapon was dealt with once. He gave the weapon to Gong Xian, but Sikong Chuyu and Aoi's weapons were not dealt with yet. Baidu search AI Yugo female sign Xiao Shua www.aichux.com. Let's sixth senior sister hand in once. Sixth senior sister has points to exchange for materials. Sixth senior sister needs to concoct pills and research formations, Yang Lei said. Then I'll see if Chuyu can hand it in anonymously. Night Sorrow was a little worried about Seekong Chuyu's safety. Let's do it like that. If it's not convenient for Seekong, call eldest senior brother to hand in the mission, and give your weapon to Seekong. Yang Lei agreed with Night Sorrow's point of view. 2 days later, the two of them successfully returned to Danding City and the Dragon Spring Courtyard. Seeing the two of them return, Seekong Chuyu and Aoi were very happy. The other disciples also came up to greet them. Baidu search AI Yugo female sign Xiao Shua www.aichux. Xiaom. When they were drinking tea in the hall, Night Sorrow told them his decision. 13. Sixth senior sister thanks you in advance. Aoi didn't stand on ceremony. She was very willing to accept her junior brother's kindness. Sixth senior sister, prepare some wine for 13. He doesn't have any wine to drink now, Yang Lei said, but she didn't mention that Night Sorrow's wine was given to someone else. Okay, 13, whatever wine you want, as long as I have it, it's not a problem. When we return to Medicine Valley, I'll give it to you, Aoi said with a smile. Then Night Sorrow asked Seekong Chuyu for his opinion. It's not a problem for me to go to other cities to hand in the mission. I am the inspector of the Extreme Heaven Tower, but I also have a gold token. It's normal for me to do some missions. However, can any of you lend me a flying mount? I can't use my Fire Phoenix. It's too conspicuous. Seekong Chuyu said. How about this? I'll ride the Green Condor and take Seekong to other cities to hand in the mission. 13, you and sixth senior sister will go to Danding City to hand in the mission, Yang Lei said. Ninth junior sister, it's more suitable for 13 to accompany Seekong. Aoi said. I have something to say to Seekong. Besides, I'm an elder of Medicine Valley. It'll be more convenient for Seekong to go with me, Yang Lei said. After hearing Yang Lei's words, Night Sorrow shuddered. He knew that some things couldn't be hidden anymore. Then let's go and come back quickly. Hi Luo Wei, your young master has suffered a lot recently. You have to prepare some good food for him, Aoi said to Hai Luo and Luo Wei with a smile. Sixth senior sister, Tianyu has suffered a lot recently. Let's go on your Green Condor. Little Six, prepare more food for Tianyu, Night Sorrow said to Little Six. After that, they left the Longquan courtyard to hand in the mission. After leaving the Longquan courtyard, the four of them went their separate ways. Night Sorrow and Aoi rode Aoi's Green Condor to Danding City. 13, are you and ninth senior sister? Aoi asked. How do you know, sixth senior sister? Night Sorrow was worried about this. I can see it from the way your ninth senior sister looks at you. But it's also a good thing. For so many years, there hasn't been a man that your ninth senior sister likes. Let's see what Seekong's attitude is. Just now, when she noticed Yang Lei's abnormal situation, Qing Ji knew what was going on. Sixth senior sister, I don't know what to say. It's my fault. Master might be disappointed, Night Sorrow's voice was a little low. He was worried that Yang Yu would be disappointed in him. That won't happen. Master won't object. He will only support you. The key is to see what Seekong says. Ninth senior sister has a strong self-esteem. If Seekong is unhappy or says something, then you'll have to deal with the aftermath, Aoi said to Night Sorrow. Aoi liked Seekong Chuyu very much. However, Yang Lei was her junior sister who had lived with her for many years. They grew up together and supported each other. They were no different from sisters. At this time, she would support Yang Lei. Sixth senior sister, I will try my best to deal with this, Night Sorrow said. Sixth senior sister understands. Ha! I didn't know that you have some skills. Seekong Chuyu's personality is like water. It's not surprising that you can hook up with him. You can handle ninth senior sister's temper. This ability is comparable to your cultivation ability, Aoi said with a smile. Sixth senior sister, I don't understand what's going on either, Night Sorrow said as he rubbed his hair. As the two of them chatted, they arrived at the Empyrean Tower in Danding City. There were still many people in the Empyrean Tower. The disciples of the Medicine Valley were all doing missions. There were also some itinerant cultivators here to earn points. After entering Tianji Tower, Night Sorrow asked someone to inform Enforcer Dong. He had high expectations for this unrestricted mission. Unrestricted missions were higher than gold missions. The points rewarded were several times more than gold missions. It was equivalent to Night Sorrow doing dozens of silver missions. Not to mention the points, there were also good pills as rewards. Chapter 252. Genius 1 second. Remember love go divided by Shao. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The main reason was that the materials were too scarce. Even if one had alchemy skills, it was useless without the materials. Baidu search AI go female sign Shao say www.aichuxs. Xiaom soon, Enforcer Dong was led to the hall by the staff. When he saw Night Sorrow and Aoi, he smiled and nodded. I'm here to submit the mission, Night Sorrow said. Okay, follow me. Enforcer Dong nodded and led Night Sorrow and Aoi into a private room. Night Sorrow took out a small piece of Ice Spirit Blood Essence. Ice Spirit Blood Essence. You completed the unrestricted mission. Enforcer Dong was very surprised when he saw the Ice Spirit Blood Essence. Yes, I finished it. My senior sister also finished it, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Okay, but the mission reward will only arrive in a few days. After all, the headquarters doesn't know which city can complete the mission, so the reward is still in the headquarters, Enforcer Dong said to Night Sorrow. Alright, then we'll hand in the mission. We'll come back later to collect the reward, Yishang said. At the same time, he had Qing Ji take out the token and the Ice Spirit Blood Essence that Yishang had given her. Okay. The reward will arrive in a few days. You're not far from a gold token. Enforcer Dong was very shocked. After all, this unrestricted mission was too difficult to complete. Even a rank 4 practitioner had a slim chance of completing it. Okay, if I have time, I'll come back next month to complete the mission. Night Sorrow planned to upgrade his token to gold rank in one go. Okay. I'm looking forward to you entering gold rank, Enforcer Dong said with a smile. Then let me ask, how many times can a person complete an unrestricted mission? Night Sorrow asked. If possible, he wanted to rush to gold rank directly. Only once. As long as it's the same task in Tianji Tower, everyone can only do it once. They don't want people to earn points. Enforcer Dong glanced at Night Sorrow. He knew that Night Sorrow might still have Ice Spirit Blood Essence. Night Sorrow stood up and said, I understand. You can continue with your work, Enforcer Dong. You can come back to get your reward in a few days. Don't worry, it won't go wrong, Enforcer Dong said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow cupped his hands at Enforcer Dong and left Tianji Tower with Aoi. Why can't you just give me the quest rewards? Night Sorrow was a little dissatisfied. 13. You should know that not every Tianji Tower branch has access to Tier 5 weapons and pills. It's normal for them to be sent to us by the higher-ups. We don't mind waiting for a few more days, Aoi said with a smile. 6th Senior Sister, come with me to buy some materials. I want to refine the Dragon Bone Forging Pill. I'm lacking some auxiliary materials, Night Sorrow said. Okay, let's go. Aoi also knew that Night Sorrow needed to refine some special pills. The shops in Danding City did a lot of pill and materials business. It took less than an hour for Night Sorrow to get all the materials he needed. He also got some materials for the spirit congealing pill, which was used to practice alchemy. After finishing these, the two returned to the Longquan courtyard. The dragon bone forging pill you want to refine is the same as the pill you refined last time. After making tea, Aoi looked at Night Sorrow and asked. No, the leopard embryo tendon strengthening pill I refined last time strengthened the tendons and meridians. This time, I'm refining a level 3 pill to strengthen the bones. Yi Shang took the three-headed ice flood dragon out of his storage ring. The two Tier 5 ice Jiao corpses were 4 to 5 feet long and more than 4 feet in diameter. The one Night Sorrow killed was smaller. After all, they were not of the same level. Later, with the help of Aoi, Night Sorrow collected the bones, gallbladder, and blood of the ice Jiao. The meat was naturally the delicacy of the Green Condor and Tianyu. When Night Sorrow and Aoi finished dealing with the ice Jiao corpse, Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu also came back. The result was the same as Night Sorrow and Aoi. They had to wait a few days. But everyone knew that this would not be wrong, because the reputation of Tianji Tower was an iron guarantee. Night Sorrow has been secretly watching Sikong Chuyu's face. He knows that with Yang Lei's character, she must have said something to Sikong Chuyu. It depends on Sikong Chuyu's attitude. However, things were different from what Night Sorrow thought. Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi were talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. With nothing to do, Night Sorrow began to refine pills and began to practice with the Tier 3 spirit congealing pill to practice his alchemy level. After all, the dragon bone forging pill was not so easy to refine, and it was more difficult than the spirit congealing pill. Night Sorrow was refining pills, Aoi was guiding on the side, and some third-generation disciples were watching on the side. See, your 13th martial uncle, not only is his cultivation speed fast, but his alchemy level is also good. Many of the Peiyuan pill and Jiyuan pill you use are your 13th martial uncle's work. Yang Lei educated the disciples. Night Sorrow can now condense the pill fire, but the pill fire is not enough for alchemy. Cultivators who enter the core condensation stage can condense the pill fire, but it's not very useful. It's just gathering qi into a fire. Only when they enter the Tier 4 can they use the pill fire for alchemy. Night Sorrow uses middle-grade spirit stones for alchemy. Low-grade spirit stones activate the fire-gathering array of the alchemy furnace, which can only refine Tier 1 and Tier 2 medicinal pills. Refining Tier 3 medicinal pills requires a strong pill fire, and it also takes a long time to quench the medicinal pills, which must be done with middle-grade spirit stones. Using the middle-grade spirit stones to activate the fire-gathering array of the alchemy furnace, Night Sorrow began to refine the spirit congealing pill. The first time he refined the spirit congealing pill, it ended in failure. After all, refining Tier 3 medicinal pills is much more complicated than refining Tier 2 medicinal pills. Come on, wipe your sweat, and continue to study. Sikong Chuyu handed Night Sorrow a towel and said, Z is the only _W_R genuine, S is Q pirate % version, thank you, I wasted a furnace of materials, I will continue to try. After wiping his sweat, Night Sorrow began to continue. Although the second furnace did not fail directly, it was dark and could not be taken. After refining 2 furnaces in a row, Night Sorrow consumed a lot of energy, and then went to meditate to recover. When Night Sorrow recovered, it was already dinner time. After eating something, Night Sorrow and Sikong Chuyu came to the celestial water lake. Chuyu, I may have disappointed you. Turning around, Night Sorrow looked at Sikong Chuyu and said. Ninth senior sister said something, I don't blame you, ninth senior sister is also a person who is easy to get along with. Sikong Chuyu said. Aren't you angry? Night Sorrow hugged Sikong Chuyu and asked. I'm not angry, but I'm a little lost. Sikong Chuyu said. At the celestial water lake, the two stayed for a long time before going back to rest. Sending Sikong Chuyu to the attic, Night Sorrow hugged Sikong Chuyu. I'm sorry. I know you, and I know that you are good to me, so you don't have to say anything. Sikong Chuyu whispered. Looking at Sikong Chuyu's delicate face, Night Sorrow couldn't control himself, bowed his head and kissed Sikong Chuyu's red lips, and the two separated after a while. Chapter 253. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. No, ninth senior sister said that if I have any ideas, I should look for you first. Baidu search love go xiao shua www.aichuxs.com. Night sorrow laughed. You two only know how to bully me. None of you are good people. Sikong Chuyu blushed and ran back to her room. However, she understood one thing. She knew that Yang Lei respected her a lot. She didn't rely on her status as Night Sorrow's ninth senior sister to put on an imposing manner. Instead, she put on a very humble attitude. At this moment, in Yang Lei's loft, Aoi and Yang Lei were sipping tea. Ninth junior sister, did everything go well? Sixth senior sister, don't you already know? You'll have to wait for a few days to collect your reward, Yang Lei said. You know that's not what I'm asking. Do you think sixth senior sister is stupid? What did Sikong say? Aoi looked at Yang Lei and asked. She won't object. As long as Night Sorrow likes it, she will like it, Yang Lei said in a low voice. Sikong is a reasonable person. You can't bully him in the future. You stole his treasure in the first place. You should respect each other. Only then will the three of you be harmonious, Aoi said. I know. That's why I didn't delay it at all. I talked to her as soon as I came back. I didn't want her to have a barrier in her heart. Yang Lei nodded. Aoi smiled and poured a cup of tea for Yang Lei. Knowing the result, she felt a lot more relaxed. She hoped that her junior sister and junior brother would be happy. Sixth senior sister, isn't this a little embarrassing for me? Yang Lei was a little embarrassed. No, not many people in the Medicine Valley are good enough for you, and you don't like any of them. 13 is a good candidate, but he's still young, so you can't rush it. You'll have to wait a few years, Aoi said with a smile. Sixth senior sister, what are you talking about? How am I in a hurry? Yang Lei's face was a little red. Master, eldest senior brother, and second senior brother must be very happy. Aoi said with a smile. Baidu search AI go female sign shao say www.aichuxs.com. Sixth senior sister, what about you? We have always been sisters, Yang Lei said with a smile. You bastard, you dare to say anything. Aoi stood up and grabbed Yang Lei. The two of them laughed together. After cultivating for an entire night, Night Sorrow started refining pills early in the morning. Today's refining was much smoother than yesterday. The quality of the first furnace was low, and the second furnace was a spirit congealing pill that could be used. Night Sorrow, who had used up a lot of energy, took a break and chatted with Sikong Chuyu and Yang Lei. Sikong Chuyu and Yang Lei, one of them served him with a towel and the other with tea. Love go little say ku, 13, no one can compare to your treatment, haha. After teaching the disciples for a while, Aoi, who came over, said with a smile. Sixth senior sister, Night Sorrow is really working too hard. Sikong Chuyu said with a red face. That's right, 13 is too tired to refine pills, and so he needs to be taken care of. Yang Lei was very satisfied with her answer. Aoi smiled, 13, you don't specialize in alchemy, it's a waste of your alchemy aptitude. Alchemy is just an incidental research, refining pills is also for my own use. Night Sorrow said with a smile. After refining spirit congealing pills for 4 or 5 days, Night Sorrow tried to refine a furnace of dragon bone forging pill. Although it was very hard, there were quite a few twists and turns in the middle, but fortunately, he succeeded. After the refining was successful, Night Sorrow immediately returned to his room, ate one and began to cultivate. He wanted to feel the effect of the pill. After the dragon bone forging pill melted, it produced a very powerful energy. Night Sorrow controlled the energy to enter his arms and tried to absorb it. This was the first stage of the myriad Tao treasure book's bone forging. As he cultivated, Night Sorrow's heart was filled with joy. The dragon bone forging pill was exactly the pill he needed. With the dragon bone forging pill, it was only a matter of time before he cultivated to the 4th stage of the Myriad Tao treasure book. After cultivating for a night, Night Sorrow got up and first cultivated the mysterious jade hands. Just after cultivating, Night Sorrow found that it was not suitable. The temperature in the room dropped and it was full of white cold air. Out of the room and into the yard, Night Sorrow did not eat and continued to refine the dragon bone forging pill. Aoi and the others did not disturb Night Sorrow. It was normal for cultivators to not eat for a few days. Night Sorrow refined 3 batches of pills in a row before resting. This is a mid-grade tier 3 pill. It is very difficult to refine. It is comparable to a high-grade tier 3 pill. 13. With your alchemy skills, it won't be long before you catch up to 6th senior sister, Aoi said. How can I compare to 6th senior sister? I don't specialize in alchemy, Night Sorrow said with a smile. In the next few days, Night Sorrow cultivated and refined pills. He gave the ice dragon blood to Aoi. Aoi wanted to use it to brew wine. While Night Sorrow was cultivating, the people from Tianji Tower came to the Medicine Valley. They were Lei Hua, Yin Shui, and Jiao Qing. Originally, Jiao Qing was enough. However, Lei Hua wanted to see Night Sorrow, so Yin Shui accompanied him. After arriving at the Medicine Valley, Jiao Qing took the resources to Beishan City, which was the city Yang Lei and Sikong Chiyu went to. Yin Shui and Lei Hua were drinking tea on the top floor of Tianji Tower in Danding City. I suspect that this is a batch of ice spirit blood essence. It's just that they didn't submit the mission in the same city. Wasn't the disciple of Medicine Valley, Yang Lei, who submitted the mission in Beishan City? It's too obvious, Lei Hua said. Looking at Night Sorrow's past missions, he has a strong personality and disdains the help of others. This time, there is no limit to the mission, so he should have done it himself, Yin Shui explained for Night Sorrow. Looking at the mission submission record in Danding City, there was Aoi, the 6th disciple of the Peak Master of Medicine Valley and Taishan Peak. However, this person appeared in Danding City not long ago. This means that the items she submitted for the mission were not hers. Someone helped her. This is related to Night Sorrow's trip to the Eastern Icefield, Lei Hua said. Deputy Pavilion Master, what do you think of this mission? Yin Shui asked. She knew that this was related to the assessment of Night Sorrow's aptitude. It's enough that Night Sorrow went to the Eastern Icefield. This is a mission that requires a lot of luck. Didn't the law enforcer say that Night Sorrow wanted to submit the mission again? Let's test him and see if he has more ice spirit blood essence. If he does, it means that the ice spirit blood essence in Medicine Valley came from him, Lei Hua said. Could it be that they submitted the mission separately in order to hide the identity of the person wearing the bamboo hat who has the gold token? Yin Shui thought for a moment and said. Update, Emost X1, it should be. If he can hide the identity of the gold token, it means that he or she is a member of Tianji Tower. I can almost guess who he or she is, Lei Hua said with a smile. It should be, but we'd better help keep it a secret so that this little guy will have less trouble. Yin Shui thought for a moment and understood. The matter in Eastern Xian domain could not be hidden from them. They knew why the Sikong clan and Jiyu clan came to Medicine Valley. Chapter 254. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After refining the ice jiao bones into pills, Night Sorrow and the others decided to go to Tianji Tower. Just like last time, Night Sorrow's group of 4 split into 2 groups and went to receive their mission rewards. When Night Sorrow and Aoi arrived at Tianji Tower, Enforcer Dong gave Aoi and Yang Lei their rewards. Each of them received a bottle of clear void pill, a void pill, and a rank 5 weapon, Thunder Cry sword. Use only B1 equals original version, square root comma, X others, and are all pirated copies. J. With the points from this mission, Night Sorrow was not far from becoming a gold token holder. He estimated that he would only need to complete 1 mission. Just as Night Sorrow and Aoi were about to leave, Enforcer Dong called out to Night Sorrow, "Night Sorrow, someone wants to see you." "Okay. 6th Senior Sister, wait for me at 9th Senior Sister's residence. I will pick you up in a while, and then we will return to the Longquan courtyard," Night Sorrow said to Aoi. He knew that someone from the upper echelons of Tianji Tower might have come. "Okay. 6th Senior Sister will wait for you there." Aoi nodded. She knew that Night Sorrow had something to do with Tianji Tower. She also knew that Night Sorrow was a member of Tianji Tower. They followed Enforcer Dong to the top floor of Tianji Tower. Enforcer Dong pointed at the door and left. This was not a place he could come into contact with. Night Sorrow directly opened the door. The moment Night Sorrow opened the door, someone threw a punch at Night Sorrow's chest. Night Sorrow instinctively raised his hand and threw out a killing fist. He even activated mysterious jade hands. Because the opponent's punch was too strong, he felt a sense of crisis. Bang! With a muffled thud, Night Sorrow stumbled back 4 steps before regaining his balance. He also saw what was going on. An old man with a silver mask and black and white hair had thrown a punch at him. The one who punched was Lei Hua. He wanted to test Night Sorrow's reaction speed, but now his right hand was emitting white cold air. It took a while for the cold air to dissipate. What the hell is this? Is it that overbearing? Lei Hua swung his right hand and muttered to himself. Night Sorrow, come and meet Senior Lei. Yin Shui stood up and introduced Night Sorrow. Junior Night Sorrow greets Senior Lei. Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Lei Hua. Very good. Your reaction speed in the face of danger is very strong. Your combat power is also unquestionable. Come in and talk. Lei Hua was indeed very satisfied with Night Sorrow. Just now, he had used his late third order cultivation to punch Night Sorrow. He understood Night Sorrow's ability to fight above his level and knew that Night Sorrow would not be injured. However, he had to use his hidden cultivation to dissolve the mysterious jade's spiritual energy. After Night Sorrow entered the room, he closed the door behind him. After completing the unrestricted mission, your points should not be far from gold rank, right? Yin Shui asked. After completing a few more missions next month, I should be close. Night Sorrow nodded. That's right. I heard from the enforcers that you still want to complete the unrestricted mission. This is against the rules. Yin Shui said to Night Sorrow. This time, he was the one in charge. Lei Hua was only here to take a look. Yes, I didn't know about this rule. Since it's against the rules, then I won't do it. Yi Shang knew that the Empyrean Terminus Tower knew everything about him. Enforcer Dong wouldn't hide anything either. It's not appropriate to continue completing missions to earn points. However, I can still make the decision to exchange them for resources. If you still want to continue, I can make the decision to reward you the same. Since there are no more points, I'll give you an extra void pill. What do you think? Yin Shui said. It seems that Tianjin Tower still needs the Ice Spirit Blood Essence. Since I'm a member of Tianjin Tower, it's okay to suffer a little loss. Night Sorrow picked out a small piece of Ice Spirit Blood Essence from the remaining 7 pieces and took it out. Yin Shui directly put away the Ice Spirit Blood Essence that exuded rich vitality. At the same time, she took out 2 bottles of pills and a thunder sword. Thank you, Chief Enforcer. Night Sorrow put away the pills and thunder sword. Then, do you still have the Ice Spirit Blood Essence? Lei Hua asked. Can I say that I don't have it? Night Sorrow asked rhetorically. Ha. Very well, I'm just asking. If Tianjin Tower needs it and can't give you the price, are you still willing to take out the Ice Spirit Blood Essence? Lei Hua asked. Although I'm a little unwilling, I can still do it. After all, Tianjin Tower has trained me. Night Sorrow thought about it seriously. After asking himself, he gave an answer. Your answer is very good. Tianjin Tower doesn't need it anymore. Let me ask you a question. You can answer or not. Just treat it as a chat between friends. Two people have completed an unlimited mission in Beishan City. Is the ice spirit blood essence yours? Yin Shui asked. Then I'll tell you the truth. My 9th senior sister accompanied me on this mission. I found the ice spirit blood essence, but my 9th senior sister also has a share, Night Sorrow said. I see. In fact, you don't have to arrange 2 places to hand in the mission. Just take your patrol token and tell the law enforcement here that they are not allowed to leak the information. You can give such an order. This is the right of a direct subordinate of Tianji Tower. Tianjin Tower has the obligation to help you and take care of the safety of the people around you, Lei Hui said to Night Sorrow. Ah! Yi Shang was stunned. Through Lei Hui's words, he knew that the Celestial Extreme Tower knew about Sikong Chuyu's matter. Don't worry. Nothing will happen, Yin Shui said with a smile. Thank you, lords. Night Sorrow bowed to Lei Hui and Yin Shui gratefully. You're welcome. Is there anything else you need from Tianji Tower? Lei Hui asked. I don't need it for the time being. Night Sorrow shook his head. The qi and blood in your body are tumbling, and the yang qi is rushing to the top. You've cultivated well, Lei Hui said as he glanced at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow will continue to work hard, Night Sorrow said. Well, you can go back to your work. Lei Hui waved at Night Sorrow. After Night Sorrow left, Lei Hui took off his mask and sat opposite Yin Shui. How do you feel? Yin Shui asked. Do you still need to ask? I almost suffered a loss just now, Lei Hui said as he glanced at Yin Shui. Ha, this guy is definitely the first person in Eastern Profound Domain to enter the 2 stars Heavenly Pole assessment. Ho Yuan's face will be very interesting when the time comes, Yin Shui said with a smile. His weakness is that he started late, and his foundation is not as deep as the other 2. The combat skill he used just now is not recorded in any ancient books. Is it really strange? Lei Hui was still thinking about Night Sorrow's punch just now. Maybe he got some special inheritance. We all know that such an outstanding young man is blessed with luck, Yin Shui said. It's too overbearing, Lei Hui said as he looked at his right hand. He got so many weapons for his senior brother and sister. It's very good to have such a junior brother. The Medicine Valley is going to rise, Yin Shui said with some emotion. The battle between the Medicine Valley and the Golden Flame sect will happen sooner or later. The Medicine Valley is in the territory of the Golden Flame sect, which is also the sorrow of the Golden Flame sect, Lei Hui said. Chapter 255. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Vmost section M9J4*, we don't care about that. If they touch Night Sorrow, I will go directly to Su Huantian and Old Ghost John, Lei Hui said. Yin Shui smiled and didn't say anything. She knew that Lei Hui valued Night Sorrow very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Generally, even the Tianji Tower's patrol wouldn't be valued as much by Lei Hui. Night Sorrow was different. Night Sorrow had entered the Heaven Rank assessment and would soon get a 2-star evaluation. This was extremely important to Tianji Tower. In the Eastern Xian domain, very few people paid attention to black, but in other regions, there were still a lot of black. Perhaps there were too few people who opened the Heaven Rank assessment, so Tianji Tower attached great importance to it. Let's go to Beishan City and explain things there, then go back. There's no need to look here. This guy will enter the 2-star evaluation next month, Lei Hui said as he stood up and glanced at Yin Shui. Night Sorrow arrived at Yang Lei's mansion. He called for Aoi and drove the Tianyu to Longquan courtyard. Did it go well? Aoi asked. Very well. Tomorrow, we will return to Medicine Valley and give the weapon to eldest senior brother. In addition, I will give the void pill I obtained to senior brother, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow made a decision. At present, among his senior brothers and sisters, only Gong Xian and Yang Lei had entered the 5th rank. In the past, he had given Yang Lei a void pill. Now that Yang Lei had turned in the task and received another one, it was almost enough. Today, he obtained 2 void pills and gave them to Gong Xian. As for the other senior brothers, they could talk about it. After all, Gong Xian needed it very much at present. But that's your future resource, Aoi said. It's fine. I'm sorry, 6th senior sister. Eldest senior brother needs you the most right now, Night Sorrow said to Aoi. Why are you telling senior sister this? Truth be told, senior sister is happy that you can make this decision. Big senior brother has always been senior sister and senior brother's backer. Take these 2 bottles of medicinal pills. I had originally intended to give them to big senior brother, Qing Ji said with a smile. There's no need. 6th senior sister, you can keep it. I have more. Night Sorrow smiled and did not take the pill. Anyway, you have to keep enough resources for yourself, Aoi reminded Night Sorrow seriously. I know. Night Sorrow nodded. Half a day after the 2 returned to Longquan Courtyard, Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu also returned. Their journey was long, but Yang Lei's green eagle was fast. Unlike Night Sorrow, she didn't have to talk to anyone, so they wasted some time. Hee hee. 13. Take a look at my thunder sword. After returning to the courtyard, Yang Lei waved her hand and released a ray of sword chi. As soon as the sword chi was released, thunder roared, and the sword chi flew far away before disappearing. As long as 9th senior sister likes it. What about you, Chuyu? Night Sorrow looked at Sikong Chuyu and asked. I can use the thunder sword, but it's not very suitable for me. Why don't you keep it? Sikong Chuyu asked. I don't need it. Take it. If there's a chance, you can exchange it for a suitable one. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Sikong Chuyu nodded. Night Sorrow then told Sikong Chuyu that Tianji Tower might know about her, but they were willing to keep it a secret. That's good then. There shouldn't be any danger. Sikong Chuyu said. Everyone discussed returning to the Medicine Valley together. Night Sorrow, Yang Lei, and Aoi went back. Sikong Chuyu stayed behind to guide Aoi and Yang Lei's disciples. Night Sorrow went back to collect the elixir resources. He wanted to collect the essence condensing elixir. He could use the essence condensing elixir after entering the 3rd level of the essence condensing elixir. He didn't have this kind of elixir yet. Night Sorrow and the other 2 rode on flying beasts back to the Medicine Valley. They went directly to the Tai Xian main hall. In the Tai Xian side hall, they saw Gong Xian, Wu Qi, and Hua Nan. Come back if you want to. 13 has improved a lot. Gong Xian said with a smile. It's okay. Eldest senior brother, I have a gift for you. See if you like it. Night Sorrow took out the thunder sword and handed it to Gong Xian. Not bad. It looks good. Senior brother likes it. Gong Xian took the sword and put it beside him. He didn't care what kind of weapon it was. As long as it was a gift from his junior brother, he would like it. Eldest senior brother, you don't value 13's gift. Why don't you try it? Yang Lei looked at Gong Xian with dissatisfaction. Try it? Then I'll try it. Gong Xian smiled as he pulled out the sword and was about to swing it. Eldest senior brother, don't. You should try it outside. Yang Lei quickly stopped Gong Xian when she saw that he was about to test the sword in the main hall. Gong Xian glanced at Yang Lei, then took the thunder sword and walked out of the main hall. Then, he released a sword aura. The thunder sword made a crisp sound and a sword aura flew out diagonally. What kind of weapon is that? Wu Qi asked in surprise. It's a rank 5 weapon, the thunder sword. It's a rank 5 high-grade weapon. 13, you're very generous, right? Aoi said with a smile. 13. Thank you, eldest senior brother, Gong Xian said as he patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. I don't need it either. Here are 2 pills. Eldest senior brother, take them. Night Sorrow took out 2 void pills and handed them to Gong Xian. What kind of pills are these? You gave eldest senior brother such a big surprise as soon as you came back. Gong Xian asked as he took the pills. A void pill that can raise one's rank 5 cultivation base, Aoi said. Senior brothers, eldest senior brother is now rank 5. He needs pills the most. I can only give them to him. Night Sorrow looked at Wu Qi and Hua Nan apologetically. 13, you think too much. We're only happy for eldest senior brother. We're happy that you have such a junior brother, Hua Nan said. How about this? 1 pill is enough for me. Give your 9th senior sister one. Gong Xian handed a void pill back to Night Sorrow. He handed it back to Night Sorrow so that he could give it to Yang Lei. Night Sorrow's things could not be given to others. I don't need them anymore. Yang Lei stopped Gong Xian. You don't need them anymore. 13's pills will be given to whoever needs them the most. Gong Xian made his decision. Then I don't care. Eldest senior brother, you can make the arrangements. Night Sorrow did not take out the void pill because it would not be appropriate to give Gong Xian anything else. 13. The weapons and pills you gave me are too suitable. How about this, eldest senior brother will treat you to a drink tonight. Gong Xian said with a smile. If eldest senior brother treats me to a drink, I'll definitely drink. Night Sorrow nodded. We also need to get together. Let's call all our junior brothers over tonight, Wu Qi said with a smile. That's a good suggestion. However, 6th junior sister will have to spend some money. Hua Nan agreed. There's something else I want to say. It's also a good thing. Aoi looked at Yang Lei. At this time, Yang Lei blushed, she knew what Okiji was going to say. Then, Aoi continued, our 9th junior sister is taken. Chapter 256. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little. Shoa.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Hee hee. 9th junior sister thinks that 13 is very suitable, so she decided to wait for 13 to grow up. They will discuss this matter. Aoi said. 13, you're amazing. You can even take down your 9th senior sister. I'm impressed. Hua Nan patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. 9th junior sister, you have good taste. I'm happy for you. Let's drink till we're drunk tonight. Gong Xian said happily. We'll have to tell master about this later. He'll be very happy. Aoi said with a smile. Alright, then I'll leave this matter to you. Gong Xian said. After that, everyone went their own ways. Without Night Sorrow and Yang Lei, there was nothing else for them to do. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow rode Tianyu towards Danding Peak. He wanted to collect resources. He hadn't collected any for a few months. Also, he wanted to see if he could collect yuan condensing pills. If he couldn't, he would use his merit points to exchange for them. The elder in charge of distributing resources saw Night Sorrow and greeted him with a smile. Little 13, collecting resources. Yes, I want to use yuan condensing pills. Can I collect them? If not, I want to exchange for 2. Night Sorrow bowed to the elder that he didn't know. Of course. You're a heaven disciple. You can collect 3 pills. The elder said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble elder to distribute the resources. Thank you. Night Sorrow originally wanted to collect 2 yuan condensing pills. However, he thought of something and decided to visit Qin Zhen. He wanted to give Qin Zhen the supreme grade yuan condensing pills that he didn't need, as well as the yuan breaking pills that he hadn't used. Besides that, he could also give the extra yuan condensing pills to Qin Zhen. He knew that Qinzhen's treatment was low and he might not have enough resources. After collecting the resources, Knight Sorrow rode Tianyu to North Pole Peak. He went to the valley where Yan Beiji was cultivating. He knew that Qinzhen would be here. Qinzhen was really practicing his swordsmanship in the valley. Knight Sorrow. Seeing Knight Sorrow, Qinzhen stopped cultivating and ran over to greet Knight Sorrow. Looking at Qinzhen, Knight Sorrow was very shocked. That was because Qinzhen was in the 5th level of element gathering tier, and had already caught up to Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and the others. It should be known that Qinzhen had started cultivating much later than them. Well, I'm out of wine. Do you have any? Knight Sorrow asked with a smile. Of course. Qinzhen walked to the side of the bluestone, took out a jar of wine from his storage belt, and poured 2 bowls. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs. Xiom Knight Sorrow picked up a bowl and drank it. Qinzhen looked at Knight Sorrow and said, I heard about your situation from Grandmaster. You can't afford to offend Crepe Myrtle's woman. Just avoid her. I understand. I'll take care of it. I've been very busy lately, so I haven't been able to visit you. Knight Sorrow looked at Qinzhen and said. He felt that with Qinzhen's personality, he wouldn't have many friends. He really should visit him more often. Let's not talk about this anymore. Drink. Qinzhen smiled at Knight Sorrow and raised his bowl. After drinking for a while, Yishang took out the Supreme Grade Quintessence Gathering Pill, Quintessence Breakthrough Pill, and a Quintessence Solidifying Pill. Take these and use them. If you don't know how to use them, ask the Peak Master. AI Go Xiao say W. Chu, alright, I'll take them. Qinzhen didn't stand on ceremony. He didn't want to stand on ceremony with Knight Sorrow either. After all, they were friends. I also have a storage ring here. Take it. Knight Sorrow took out Su Chenbai's storage ring. Knight Sorrow, if you treat me as a friend, you don't have to give me this. Qinzhen rejected him. Knight Sorrow nodded. Then, he understood something. Although Qinzhen didn't talk much, he was persistent. Come and find me when you have time. Knight Sorrow planned to leave after drinking a jar of wine. 8. First song, alright. Be careful when you go out for training. Qinzhen reminded Knight Sorrow. After leaving North Pole Peak, Knight Sorrow returned to Danding Peak's bamboo grove. He was used to coming to Always Place. When Knight Sorrow returned, he realized that Yu Yangyu and his senior brothers were all there. The Great Elder was there too. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Great Elder. Knight Sorrow bowed to Yu Yangyu and the Great Elder. Not bad. No need for formalities. Yu Yangyu nodded happily. He was very satisfied with Knight Sorrow's cultivation progress. What made him happiest was that Knight Sorrow and Yang Lei were together. 13. Keep the goodies within the family. Well done, the Great Elder said with a smile. Then, Qing Ji's maidservant served the food and wine. Everyone sat down and started drinking. Yu Yangyu didn't have many rules, so everyone was able to relax. While Knight Sorrow was drinking, Yan Beibei was chatting with Qinzhen. Zhen, you really have to thank Knight Sorrow. He's been very good to you. The Supreme Grade Soul Gathering Pill is extremely precious. Even our Medicine Valley doesn't have it. This is the Soul Breaking Pill. It's used to break through the Soul Gathering Pill. This guy is really generous. Yan Beiji said as he looked at the pills that Qinzhen brought over. He even wanted to give me a storage ring. But I didn't think it was suitable, so I didn't take it. He didn't force me. Qinzhen said. You all did well. He knows when to stop. You also know that some things need to be done by yourself. If it wasn't for him, you would be the most outstanding among the new disciples. But don't worry. Just work hard. Yan Beiji said. I will. I'm not jealous of him. I'll work hard because he's my friend. I'm not his opponent. Qin Jin said. Good friends are for life. Having one good friend is enough. Yen Beibei liked Qin Jin's attitude. Night Sorrow drank until midnight. 13. Your eldest senior brother really needs to improve his strength. Let's not talk about it this time. You can't squander resources recklessly in the future. You'll need them in the future too. Yu Yangyu said to Night Sorrow. I know. Master, what's your cultivation level now? Night Sorrow asked. He had been wanting to ask this question for a long time. You don't have to worry about me. I don't need the help of pills. Congratulations, 13. Congratulations, old 9. Be good in the future. When I go back, you guys treat Sikong better. Yu Yangyu said with a smile. After that, Yu Yangyu and the Great Elder left. Then, Gong Xian and the others left as well. Sixth senior sister, I won't leave. I'll stay here. Yang Lei said. It hasn't been long and you're already reluctant to leave 13. Alright. This place is no different from your own territory. Aoi smiled and also went to rest. Night Sorrow and Yang Lei enjoyed the night breeze in the small house in the bamboo forest. Ninth senior sister, what's Master's cultivation level? Night Sorrow asked. Master has already reached the peak of the 8th level of the Void Inquiry stage. He can't use supplementary pills anymore. Yang Lei said. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that at Yu Yangyu's level, he indeed did not need supplementary pills. What he needed was to stabilize his cultivation level and state of mind. Chapter 257. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. I did. This time, I was very shameless. I directly said that I liked you. Then I told her that I would respect her opinion. If she objected, then I would stand behind you silently and not disturb your life. Love go little say, Chuyang Lei said softly. In fact, she also felt very sad when she said those words. Ninth senior sister, how could you wrong yourself like this? Night Sorrow said as he hugged Yang Lei. Senior sister, you didn't do it before. Sikong was in front of you, so you had to respect her. Fortunately, she was very reasonable and didn't say anything that would embarrass you. Instead, she comforted you warmly and said that we would be a family in the future. I really like the word family. The three of us will be a family in the future. Yang Lei said as she leaned on Night Sorrow's shoulder. Yes, we are a family. Senior sister, you should go back and rest. I plan to go to Danding Cliff. The moon was very bright tonight. Night Sorrow planned to go to Danding Cliff to cultivate. They could climb under the moon. No, I'll go tomorrow. Stay with me tonight, Yang Lei said in a low voice. Night Sorrow nodded. He understood that Yang Lei was going to talk to Sikong Chuyu. Without knowing the result, she felt very stressed. After staying in the bamboo forest for a while, the two of them went back to rest and cultivate. 13. I still want to rest with you. But if 6th senior sister finds out, I won't be able to face her. I'm going to rest. After hugging Night Sorrow, Yang Lei went to the guest room. Night Sorrow went back to the attic. He ate the dragon bone forging pill and began to cultivate. When they were eating breakfast together in the morning, Aoi said, You weren't together yesterday? It's okay. 6th senior sister won't know anything. 6th senior sister, this is what you said. I will remember it. Yang Lei glanced at Qing Ji and said. Aoi smiled. She was very happy to see Yang Lei happy. After eating, Aoi brought Night Sorrow and Yang Lei to her wine cellar. 13. Here's the 100 herb brew and azure blood brew. Over there is the green carrot leopard bone wine that was brewed a while ago. You can pack some. Then I'll take a little of each. Night Sorrow took 2 jars of each. 13. It's fine if you take a little more. I'll brew some flood dragon bone wine in a few days. It'll taste even better, Aoi said with a smile. You don't have to be so courteous with 6th senior sister. 6th senior sister just likes to do these things. Usually, she just tastes the wine. Come, decorate some more. Yang Lei didn't hesitate to give Night Sorrow a few more jars of each. 9th junior sister, now you know how to protect your man. Not bad, Aoi said with a smile. Yang Lei smiled at Aoi and didn't refute. She liked this feeling. After leaving the wine cellar, Night Sorrow greeted the two and flew towards Danding Cliff on Tianyu. He wanted to go there to take the Yuan congealing pill and raise his true qi cultivation to the peak of level 3 core condensation realm. The Yuan congealing pill and the Yuan congealing pill were both pills that could quickly raise one's cultivation. The drawback was that it was easy to cause instability in one's cultivation. If he cultivated on Danding Cliff, this problem wouldn't exist. When Night Sorrow arrived, he saw Yu Yangyu talking with Elder Su. Disciple greets Master and Elder Su. Yi Shang bowed respectfully. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, I knew you would be here soon, Elder Su said with a smile. For the past 100 years, Elder Su had been guarding this place. Some time ago, when he was about to die, Lu Qinyun came to guard Danding Cliff. After Elder Su broke through, he returned here again. Go! Yu Yangyu nodded at Night Sorrow. He bowed again and sent Tianyu to the side. I have the beast pill. Don't worry, I will take care of it for you, Elder Su said when he saw Night Sorrow was about to take the pill. Thank you, Elder. Night Sorrow nodded and went to climb the cliff. Valley Master, you have taken in a good disciple, Elder Su said when he saw Night Sorrow starting to climb the cliff. His eyes were full of praise. It's mainly because of this child's hard work. Thank you, Elder Su. I have to go cultivate too. After saying goodbye to Elder Su, Yu Yangyu's body flashed and disappeared from Danding Cliff. The Valley Master was the head of the Medicine Valley and had the right to use all the resources of the Medicine Valley. This was also the reason why the Supreme Elders and Elders of the Medicine Valley helped Yu Yangyu to the position of Valley Master. It was because Yu Yangyu had the chance to reach the Venerable Realm. Cultivating at Danding Cliff was one of the privileges of the Valley Master. After Night Sorrow climbed to 5,200 meters, he began to meditate. After his true qi stabilized, Night Sorrow ate the essence condensing pill and began to cultivate. While absorbing the medicinal power of the essence condensing pill, he also used the energy from Danding Cliff to refine his true qi. After 3 days, Night Sorrow completely refined the essence condensing pill and raised his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd level of the core formation realm. Night Sorrow stood up and thought for a moment. He decided to level up the heaven covering hand first. He could have practiced the King Kong hand long ago, but because he felt that it would consume too much true qi, he didn't. The heaven covering hand's strong points were its attack power and lethality. Its weakness was that it consumed a lot of true qi. If it couldn't kill the enemy, then it would consume a lot of true qi and would be defeated. After recalling the chant of the King Kong hand, Night Sorrow stretched out his right hand. A true qi vortex with a diameter of 2 feet appeared on his right hand. Then, Night Sorrow struck a palm at Danding Cliff. There was an explosion and a rumbling sound from Danding Cliff. Yi Shang was also forced back 2 steps. It was very powerful. Night Sorrow realized that the King Kong hand was at least twice as powerful as the Mountain Suppression hand. However, it also consumed a lot more true qi. Night Sorrow reflected on it for a moment. Then, he struck out 4 more times with the King Kong hand. His true qi could only strike out 2 times, and the myriad Dao Tome could only support 3 times. After using up all his energy, Night Sorrow sat down to meditate. When his energy recovered, he continued to practice his battle skills. For the next 2 days, Night Sorrow spent his time like this. This gave a headache to the late core formation realm disciples who came to practice. They didn't dare to approach Night Sorrow because they didn't know when Night Sorrow would start to attack the mountain walls. After cultivating for 2 days, Night Sorrow decided to level up his true chi. After 2 days of steady accumulation, he felt that he could break through to the 4th level of the core formation realm. The cultivation of the people around him was much higher than him. This gave Night Sorrow a lot of motivation to cultivate. His senior brother and senior sister were at least at the 4th rank. The 2 women closest to him, Sikong Chuyu had already reached the peak of the 4th rank, and Yang Lei was at the 5th rank. This made Night Sorrow's desire to pursue strength was very urgent. Ordinary true chi leveling up wasn't difficult for Night Sorrow. After 2 hours, Night Sorrow smoothly entered the 4th level of the core formation realm. Then, he continued to stabilize his cultivation. Yi Shang decided to wait a little longer before trying to break the Dan Ding cliff record. Even if he rushed up a few hundred meters now, the effect wouldn't be obvious. Chapter 258. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After stabilizing his cultivation for 2 days, Night Sorrow went down the Danding Cliff. At the bottom of Pill Tripod Cliff, Yi Shang and Elder Su exchanged a few words. Don't you plan to go up? I think you can break the record of the core condensation stage. Elder Su said with a smile. As an elder of the Medicine Valley, he hoped to see the rise of the new generation of disciples. Maybe after a while. It's meaningless to surpass it now. Either I don't do it, or I do it best, Night Sorrow said. That's true. When the time comes, you'll even take down the elixir list. Elder Su understood Night Sorrow's mentality. Just as Night Sorrow and Elder Su were talking, Lin Jingyi appeared on the flying beast. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow nodded slightly to Lin Jingyi. When the incident happened, Night Sorrow was very angry. But since Lin Jingyi apologized in the Taixian Hall, he didn't feel bad. Seeing Night Sorrow nodding to her, Lin Jingyi was stunned for a moment. Then, she bowed slightly in return. Night Sorrow rode on the Tianyu and left. Level 4 Core Condensation Stage. Looking at Night Sorrow's back, Lin Jingyi muttered. Yes, the speed of his progress is unmatched by the previous disciples of the Medicine Valley. The most important thing is that his foundation is solid, Elder Su said. Lin Jingyi nodded. She could also see that Night Sorrow's cultivation was solid and not superficial. Then, she also climbed the cliff to cultivate. Night Sorrow's rise also aroused her motivation to improve. Night Sorrow planned to go back to the Bamboo Grove house to say goodbye to his senior brothers and sisters before returning to Danding City. One reason was that Sikong Chuyu was there. In addition, it was almost the beginning of the month. He wanted to continue clearing out missions and upgrade his mission plate to gold. Then, his weight in Tianji Tower would increase again. In the Bamboo Grove, Night Sorrow saw Aoi and Yang Lei. 4th level of the core condensation stage, not bad. Yang Lei said with a smile. Yes, I ate a yuan congealing pill, Night Sorrow said. It's fine as long as your foundation is stable, Aoi said. Night Sorrow nodded. I've always taken 2 pills to increase my level at every level, so there shouldn't be any problems with my foundation. What do you plan to do next? Yang Lei asked. Back to the Dragon Spring Courtyard. 9th Senior Sister, are you coming back with me? What about you, 6th Senior Sister? Night Sorrow asked. Of course I'll go back with you. If I don't watch you, what if you do something stupid? Yang Lei said with a smile. I have to go there too. There are so many disciples there. I can't just leave them there. Don't worry, I won't hold you back, Aoi said with a smile. Then, the 3 of them rode their flying beasts to Danding City. Night Sorrow went to Tianji Tower and found Enforcer Dong. Night Sorrow, it's not the beginning of the month yet, Enforcer Dong said in surprise when he saw Night Sorrow. I'll come again at the beginning of the month. Today, I'm here for something else. This is the Thunder Sword, the reward of an unrestricted mission. This attribute doesn't suit me. Can I apply to change it to a water attribute one? If you need any compensation, I can give it to you, Knight Sorrow said as he took out the Thunder Sword he exchanged from Lei Hua and Yin Shui. I'm not sure about this. I can ask the higher-ups, Enforcer Dong nodded and said. Okay, if there's any progress, send the news to the City Lord's mansion. Someone will inform me. Knight Sorrow handed his Thunder Sword to Enforcer Dong and left Tianji Tower. Knight Sorrow wanted to prepare a suitable weapon for Sikong Chuyu. He had asked and found out that Sikong Chuyu had a water attribute. Cultivators were born with an attribute, but it could only be unlocked when they reached rank 4. Different attributes determined their future development path. For example, Yang Lei had a very rare thunder attribute. She could cultivate thunder attribute combat skills with half the effort. The wind and thunder sword technique was suitable for her. Gong Xian had a wind attribute. He could also cultivate the wind and thunder sword technique, but the effect was not as good as Yang Lei's. Sikong Chuyu had a water attribute. Weapons and combat skills that used water attribute were much more powerful. After rank 4, the more powerful one's attribute talent was, the more powerful one's combat power would be. After settling the matter of the weapon in Tianji Tower, Knight Sorrow rushed to the Longquan courtyard. When they arrived at Danding City, Yang Lei and Qing Ji went to Longquan courtyard first. Yi Shang had entered the city to handle this matter, so he didn't walk all the way. After returning to the Dragon Spring courtyard and handing Tian Yu over to Little Six, Yi Shang went to the courtyard's main hall. Aoi, Yang Lei, and Sikong Chuyu were chatting. Sit down. Seeing Knight Sorrow came back, Yang Lei moved a bit and gave up the seat next to Sikong Chuyu. Knight Sorrow smiled and sat down. After knowing Sikong Chuyu's generosity, he felt a lot more at ease. In the next few days, Knight Sorrow cultivated steadily. Because there was still more than half a year before the alternate space would open. The higher the cultivation of the core condensation stage, the more advantages he would have when he went in. One day, while Knight Sorrow was cultivating the killing fist technique, Yang Lei came back riding the green condor. She didn't look very good. Ninth senior sister, what happened? Knight Sorrow wiped his sweat and asked. The Qingshui sect planned to move a large number of people. Our Medicine Valley sent people to stop them. There was a fight. The Golden Flame sect also joined the fight. Yuan Tai, the peak master of Wangyun Peak, was injured. However, the Qingshui sect didn't succeed. This disturbance is going to be big. Yang Lei said. The Golden Flame sect is going too far. Are they going to interfere in the affairs of our Medicine Valley? Aoi said coldly. Qi Tianhua, the elder of the Golden Flame sect, said that the Medicine Valley can't stop them. The Golden Flame sect will support the Qingshui sect. The Venerable will come soon. Yang Lei said. They are bullying the Venerable of our Medicine Valley because we have just advanced. We are not as strong as their Venerable. Knight Sorrow asked. That's what they mean. Grand Elder Hua can't control the 8-dragon cauldron completely. If he leaves the Medicine Valley without a spiritual weapon to protect himself, he will be easily killed by the veteran Venerables. This is their strategy. Yang Lei said. What's the decision of the sect? Knight Sorrow knew that the Medicine Valley was in a passive position. It was mainly a fight between the Venerables. The new Venerables of the Medicine Valley were at a disadvantage in this aspect. Well, I don't know. Let's wait for the decision of the sect. It's so disgusting. Yang Lei was a little annoyed. Ninth senior sister, don't be angry. There is no dead end. There is always a loophole. Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. Isn't this a dead end? The Venerables of the Medicine Valley can't go to the Qingshui sect. How can they stop them? Yang Lei said. Of course it's not a dead end. It's easy to solve. I just don't know if the higher-ups of the Medicine Valley can make this decision. Sikong Chuyu said. Plus update D fastest up CQ, I don't understand. Yang Lei shook her head. Aoi also shook her head. She couldn't think of a solution. The current situation was too passive. If the Venerables couldn't fight, they wouldn't be able to stop the Qingshui sect from moving. Let's not look at the gains and losses. The Venerables and Masters of the Medicine Valley can go to deal with the forces of the Golden Flame sect in other areas. If you attack my area, I will attack yours. You fight yours, and I will fight mine. There's no need to follow their rhythm, Sikong Chuyu said. Chapter 259. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Ninth senior sister, come back early, Sikong Chuyu said to Yang Lei. Alright, I'll go back and inform master about this method, and then I'll come back. Chuyu, you might be able to solve a big problem. Yang Lei nodded to Sikong Chuyu. Riding on the green condor, Yang Lei rushed towards Danding Peak. Knight Sorrow had nothing to do and decided to continue cultivating. However, Choshu came over. Young Master, Tianji Tower has sent a message to the City Lord's mansion, saying that they would like to invite Young Master over. Choshu bowed to Knight Sorrow and said. Okay, I'll go right away. Knight Sorrow calculated the time and knew that there might be news about the Thunder Sword. In addition, it was almost the beginning of the month. Knight Sorrow had originally planned to go to Tianji Tower at the beginning of the month. Riding the Tianyu, Knight Sorrow arrived at Tianji Tower. This was the advantage of having the City Lord's senior sister. In the past, it would take him more than 2 hours to get from the city gate to Tianji Tower by beast carriage. Now that he could fly on a demonic beast, the speed was much faster. The staff of Tianji Tower politely led Knight Sorrow to a private room upstairs. This was ordered by Enforcer Dong. When Knight Sorrow came, they must receive him with high standards. After Knight Sorrow sat down and drank a cup of tea, Enforcer Dong came over with a mahogany box in his hand. Sitting in front of Knight Sorrow, Enforcer Dong opened the box. This is the Clearwater Sword, a water-attributed high-rank 5 weapon. It's not as valuable as the Thunder Cry Sword. The Thunder Cry Sword is a rare attributed weapon, but in reality, there's a huge demand for water-attributed weapons, so the higher-ups decided to cancel it out. They won't give you any compensation, nor do they want your compensation. Baidu search love go xiao say www.aichux.com. Very good. Sorry to trouble you, Enforcer Dong. Knight Sorrow put the box into his storage ring and said. It's nothing. If you have any problems, you can come to me at any time. Apart from our friendship, the higher-ups have also given me instructions, Enforcer Dong said. Okay, then I'll go back first. I'll come back the day after tomorrow. Knight Sorrow stood up and said. The day after tomorrow was the beginning of the month, so he had to continue with his quest. The situation is so tense. Do you plan to continue with the mission? Enforcer Dong asked. My cultivation base is too low. I can't help much at the moment. I should focus on my cultivation, Knight Sorrow said. That's right. That's the truth. Right now, you can't participate in this battle. Enforcer Dong nodded. Knight Sorrow drove Tianyu back to Longquan Courtyard. In the training field, Knight Sorrow saw Sikong Chuyu practicing swordsmanship. Her slender and graceful figure swayed in the training field. Her black hair danced with the breeze. It was a moving picture. You're back. Seeing Knight Sorrow return, Sikong Chuyu came to Knight Sorrow's side. Yes. I have something good for you. Knight Sorrow took out the mahogany box from his storage ring and handed it to Sikong Chuyu. What is it? Let me see. Aoi came from the side with a rattan. She had just finished teaching the third-generation disciples. At this time, Sikong Chuyu opened the mahogany box. A simple and unadorned long sword lay quietly in the box. Sikong Chuyu grabbed the long sword and directly pulled it out. She flicked the long sword that was shining with a green light with her finger. With a soft hum, the clear water sword bounced in Sikong Chuyu's hand. Where did you get a water attribute long sword? Sikong Chuyu asked happily. I exchanged for it with the Thunder Cry sword. I exchanged it with the Empyrean Tower for a water elemental longsword. It should suit you, Night Sorrow said. Suitable, very suitable. Sikong Chuyu waved the Clearwater sword and said. That's good. Night Sorrow nodded. Sixth senior sister, what about you? Are the attributes suitable? Night Sorrow looked at Aoi and asked. We'll talk about mine in the future. You can't exchange it with Tianji Tower anymore. If it's your own business, then Tianjin Tower won't mind. If you keep using your value in Tianjin Tower to fight for benefits for others, people will dislike you. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry, Aoi said with a smile. Since Aoi said so, Night Sorrow didn't force her. He knew that it wouldn't be appropriate for him to keep going to Tianjin Tower. At night, Yang Lei came back. Ninth junior sister, what's the sex decision? Aoi asked. When I came back, the elders and master were discussing this matter in a meeting. I told them about Sikong Chuyu's idea and they were immediately enlightened. They've already split into groups to act. Yang Lei said with a smile. That's good. Aoi nodded. Master and Great Elder agree with this idea. They think that if the Golden Flame sect wants to fight, then we'll fight in Medicine Valley. If the Golden Flame sect's Venerable comes out, then we'll retreat and continue to fight. Let's see who can afford to play. Yang Lei said with a smile. Well, not bad. Then I'll continue with my mission. Night Sorrow said. Master asked whose idea it was, and I said it was Sikong's idea. Master and Great Elder asked me to express their gratitude to Sikong on their behalf, Yang Lei said. After everyone ate, Night Sorrow practiced spear and fist techniques in the training field for a while before he went to meditate and cultivate the Sage Cauldron scripture and the Myriad Tao Tome. Night Sorrow always had a question in his mind. The highest level of cultivation on the continent was the 7th level, but there were 2 more levels after the 7th level of the Myriad Tao Tome. What level would it be? With such a question, Night Sorrow was particularly motivated to cultivate. After cultivating for a night, Night Sorrow woke up early and planned to go to Tianji Tower to accept a mission. He wanted to upgrade the token to the highest level in one go. Night Sorrow, I'll go with you. It's so chaotic outside. Sikong Chuyu was a little worried about Night Sorrow's safety. I'll go too. How about this? 13, you go and accept the mission, then come back to pick us up. Let's just take it as a walk. Yang Lei said. She was also worried about Night Sorrow's safety. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow agreed. He knew that the 2 girls meant well. Riding on the Tianyu, Night Sorrow arrived at Tianji Tower. When they saw Night Sorrow, the disciples of the Medicine Valley and individual cultivators who were waiting outside Tianji Tower to accept missions felt helpless. This was because Night Sorrow's attitude towards missions was to wipe them out. Everyone, I'm sorry. This is the last time I'm doing a mission like this. I won't hold you up in the future. Night Sorrow cupped his fists at the people waiting and expressed his apology. On the internet, one had to know that most of the people who wanted to accept the mission were disciples of the Medicine Valley. In addition, individual cultivators mingled in Danding City. They also had feelings for the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow didn't want to make them feel uncomfortable. Uncle Master, you're too polite. We're fine. A disciple of the Medicine Valley's Yuan ranking said. Lord Knight, you're too polite. The individual cultivators also began to speak. They were originally a little unhappy, but they also knew that Night Sorrow relied on his strength to complete the mission. Now that they heard Night Sorrow's words, they felt relieved. Chapter 260. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Seeing Night Sorrow, Enforcer Dong walked to Night Sorrow with the mission list. Night Sorrow said to Enforcer Dong, "I'll take some missions. It's the same as before. Don't waste time and don't have high difficulty. I'll take a few missions." Enforcer Dong nodded and called the staff to record the task for Night Sorrow. X forever 9 free and charge NCJ little say A. After Night Sorrow chose 5 missions, Enforcer Dong said, "These 5 missions are enough to raise your token from the silver rank to the gold rank." Then these 5. Night Sorrow took the list recorded by the staff, cupped his hands to Enforcer Dong, and then left Tianji Tower. Letting the staff continue to receive the cultivators who were on their missions, Enforcer Dong returned to his room to write a letter. He had to report all the information about Night Sorrow as soon as possible. Riding the Tianyu, Night Sorrow returned to the Longquan courtyard, picked up Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu, and began to do the quest. A silver mission wasn't difficult for Yishang. As long as it wasn't a rank 4 cultivator or rank 4 demonic beast, Yishang could kill them all. Even a peak rank 3 demonic beast wouldn't be able to withstand Yishang's various trump cards. The process of doing quests was actually a process of sightseeing. The 3 of them were getting along better and better. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs. Since he was not in a hurry, Night Sorrow spent half a month to complete the 5 silver missions. Not bad. You completed the quest while playing. Yang Lei was in a good mood. After days and nights together, she and Sikong Chuyu got along very well. She knew that there would be no problems in the future. We have to go back. The Medicine Valley and Golden Flame sect are at war. We need to know the situation as soon as possible, Sikong Chuyu said. Night Sorrow agreed with Sikong Chuyu's idea. He was a little worried that Gong Xian would be fighting this time. The 3 of them rode their flying demonic beasts back to Danding City. Before they got close to the city, Sikong Chuyu rode Night Sorrow's Tianyu back to Longquan Courtyard. Night Sorrow and Yang Lei arrived in front of the City Lord Mansion on the Green Condor. Yang Lei had something to deal with, and Night Sorrow went to Tianji Tower to hand in the quest. Very smoothly, Night Sorrow upgraded the silver token to gold rank. He also received quite a lot of quest rewards. With the golden token in hand, Night Sorrow arrived at the City Lord's mansion. In the City Lord's mansion, Yang Lei sat on the City Lord's chair and listened to the report from her subordinates. Night Sorrow stood aside and listened for a while. He also understood that after the Medicine Valley destroyed several branches of the Golden Flame sect, the Golden Flame sect did not send anyone to the Green Water sect anymore. The Medicine Valley was not afraid of the Golden Flame sect. Yen Beibei took the order and led people to surround the Golden Flame sect. This was a fight to the death. The Golden Flame sect's venerable could come and kill them, and the Medicine Valley could give them a peak master to kill. If they dared to kill them, the Medicine Valley would be even more ruthless and carry out a sharper attack on the Golden Flame sect's territory. In the main hall of the Golden Flame sect, Su Huantian sat on the main seat. Spreading Tianyi was furious. The Medicine Valley is courting death. They are courting death. Spreading Tianyi roared. Don't be angry. Can anger solve the problem? Su Huantian frowned. He was not satisfied with Spreading Tianyi's state. Venerable, how do you think we should deal with the current situation? Spreading Tianyi asked. You're asking me? I can go to the Qingshui sect's territory now and kill everyone in the Medicine Valley, but the Medicine Valley will attack the other territories of the Golden Flame sect. The Golden Flame sect will pay a greater price. I don't understand. The Medicine Valley has already rebounded strongly, but you still provoke them for a small Qingshui sect. Haven't you thought about how to deal with the aftermath? Su Huantian roared at Spreading Tianyi. Su Huantian did not know about this before. If he knew, he would not allow it because Hua Yunpeng was difficult to kill in the Medicine Valley's territory. As long as they could not do this, they could not destroy the Medicine Valley. According to the character of the Medicine Valley, as long as the Golden Flame sect invaded, they would definitely fight back fiercely. Spreading Tianyi supported the Qingshui sect and persuaded them to move. This was a slap to the Medicine Valley's face. How could the Medicine Valley not fight back? Spreading Tianyi's face turned red. He did not know how to deal with it. The Golden Flame sect was in a difficult position now. You guys discuss and tell me the result. If you can't deal with it well, you don't have to be the deputy sect master anymore. Su Huantian flung his sleeves and left the hall. He was very angry. The situation was obvious during the celebration of the Medicine Valley's Venerable. How could he not be angry when Spreading Tianyi provoked the Medicine Valley when he was not sure? Spreading Tianyi's face was also red. At this time, the elders and higher-ups of the Golden Flame sect were all present. Su Huantian's words made him lose face. Spreading Tianyi also understood that Su Huantian was dissatisfied with him for other reasons. It was because Su Chenbai was killed. Su Chenfeng and Su Huantian reported about Su Chenbai's death. Spreading Tianyi kept stopping Su Chenbai from returning to the Golden Flame sect, which led to Su Chenbai's death. This matter made Su Huantian very angry. After all, Su Chenbai was already a late-stage Fifth Order. He would have a bright future if he returned to the Golden Flame sect. He would be the future pillar of the Su family. The strongest in the Golden Flame sect were the Su and Zhan families, followed by the Qi family. Currently, the Golden Flame sect had two venerables. One was Su Huantian of the Su family, and the other was from the Zhan family. The position of sect master and deputy sect master was occupied by each family. There was competition between them. The Su family had lost a good seedling, so it would be strange if Su Huantian did not have any complaints about Spreading Tianyi. After Spreading Tianyi and the other elders discussed, they came to a conclusion. The Golden Flame sect could only compromise. Under the situation where they could not take down the Medicine Valley, the Medicine Valley's disciples would be scattered, which would be a huge blow to the Golden Flame sect. The Golden Flame sect could not afford to fight to the death. However, the Golden Flame sect also decided to scatter and enter the Medicine Valley area, ready to attack at any time. The Golden Flame sect did not make any moves, but the Medicine Valley made a move. Yu Yangyu of the Medicine Valley led a group of people to kill all the higher-ups of the Green Water sect who instigated the rebellion, completely eliminating this malignant tumor. Su Chenbai, the spy of the Golden Flame sect in the Medicine Valley, was removed. However, there were still people in the Medicine Valley in the Golden Flame sect. The Medicine Valley was very clear about the Golden Flame sect's actions and thoughts. In other words, the situation has stabilized again. Yang Lei looked at Ao Yushan and asked. You can't say that. The Valley Master has ordered us to tighten our defense. The Golden Flame sect is also using this tactic, Ao Yushan said. Send out all the people in the city. Mobilize all the city guards as well. If you see any suspicious movements, capture them and kill them on the spot, Yang Lei ordered. Then, Bai Qingshan and Ao Yushan went out to do their work. The bastards of the Golden Flame sect don't let people rest. 13. When you are strong enough, go and challenge the Golden Flame sect. If there are any good-looking girls, I don't mind if you snatch them back, Yang Lei said while knocking on the armrest of the chair. Don't. I'm happy enough to have you and Chu Yu, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Do you believe it? I don't believe it, Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and said with a smile. Night Sorrow was speechless and did not know how to explain it. Have you advanced to the gold token? Yang Lei changed the topic. Night Sorrow took out the gold token and showed it to Yang Lei. Chapter 261. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Wait until I reach level 5 or level 6 before I go. It may be difficult for me to take down Lin Tianjue now, Night Sorrow said. Indeed, you have the strength to kill a level 3 peak monster, but monsters are different from humans and have limited wisdom. If Lin Tianjue fights you head-on, he won't be your opponent. But if you fight with him and compete in speed, your low cultivation will be at a disadvantage, Yang Lei said. I understand this, so I won't go to the elixir list for the time being. I plan to improve my cultivation first and then compete for the elixir list, Knight Sorrow said his decision. Chuyu and I both support you, Yang Lei said with a smile. Thank you, ninth senior sister. Thank you. Knight Sorrow was a little moved. These two women really wanted him to stand up. The two asked around in the city lord's mansion and drank tea for a while before returning to the Dragon Spring courtyard. Knight Sorrow didn't think about the task now. He just needed to improve his cultivation. In addition, he planned to return to Danding Cliff later. It was too chaotic recently. If there was any news, he would know at the Dragon Spring courtyard immediately. The next few days were quiet. The Golden Flame sect did not do anything, but everyone knew that the Golden Flame sect would not give up so easily. After all, the Medicine Valley had attacked several of their branches. Needless to say, they had suffered a huge loss and had been slapped in the face. Knight Sorrow and the others cultivated quietly. Not at Danding Cliff, Knight Sorrow took the best quality spirit congealing pill and dragon bone forging pill, so his cultivation speed wasn't slow. In a room in the headquarters of Tianji Tower in Dongxian City, Lei Hua, Yin Shui, and Ho Yuan sat at a tea table. Elder Ho, there's nothing to say this time, right? Just say one word, will you add a star or not? Yin Shui looked at Ho Yuan and asked. You make it sound like I'm a narrow-minded person. I have no objection to adding a star, Ho Yuan glanced at the materials on the table and said. It was about Knight Sorrow. Okay, then it's settled. Send it to the headquarters, Lei Hua said. In the absence of the Tianji Tower's Eastern Xian region pavilion master, the important matters were decided by the three of them. On the black screen, the information would be sent to the headquarters of Tianji Tower for filing. That was because if a black person was recruited, they would be patrolling the Tianji Tower. Needless to say, the members who had activated the Heavenly Fate assessment were all the same. The headquarters had to know about them. Every step of their growth would be recorded in detail. Even their personality, every word, and every action would be recorded. Tianji Tower would analyze and judge the use of future personnel based on this information. For example, if a person had a dark personality and did things unscrupulously, then they might work in the law enforcement hall or the hunting hall in the future. If they did things in a grand manner, then they might be high-ranking management in the future. Don't look at me with those weird eyes. I also like this kid. The truth is the truth. No one can erase his excellence. Ho Yuan took a sip of tea and said. Actually, what puzzles me the most is, where did this guy get so much ice spirit blood essence? I'm sure he still has more, Lei Hua said. Deputy Pavilion Master, how did you come to such a conclusion? Ho Yuan asked. Looking at the size of the ice spirit blood essence, he took out a small one at the beginning. When he exchanged it with me and Protector Silver Snow, he took out a larger one. At that time, he was distracted. If I'm not wrong, he was picking out smaller ones for us. Lei Hua thought for a moment and said. That judgment should be correct. I just don't understand. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens for others to obtain a piece of ice spirit blood essence, but it's as easy as picking up a carrot for him? Yin Shui asked. There's also his actual combat prowess. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid it'll be difficult to convince the masses, I would really propose to give him a 3-star evaluation. That day, when we exchanged a punch, I used the amount of true energy at the peak of the 3rd step. He only took a few steps back, and there wasn't any problem at all. Lei Hua opened his mouth and said. That's right, Lei Hua said. If the Pavilion Branch Pavilion Master wants to give him a 3-star evaluation, I, Ho Yuan, have no objections. After all, an early stage of the third step can withstand the pavilion branch master's punch without getting injured. It's proof of his excellence, Ho Yuan said. No need. I don't want the headquarters to look at our eastern profound region with special eyes. Lei Hui shook his head. The first time I met him, he said something very honest, but it also contained a very deep philosophy. Whether others admit it or not, it's still gold, Yin Shui said with a smile. Since you've said so, I really want to meet this little guy. Isn't the Medicine Valley and Golden Flame sect making a big fuss? I'll go and take a look. Ho Yuan had an idea. What are they making a fuss about? Golden Flame sect is causing trouble now. Those people from the Medicine Valley will definitely bite back. If Golden Flame sect doesn't dare to fight to the death, they will definitely suffer. Yin Shui suddenly said. She was very clear about the situation in Golden Flame sect's territory. Ha! The Medicine Valley is too far away from the Holy Light sect. Otherwise, I can help to pull some strings and be an ally or something. I like their boldness. Ho Yuan said with a smile. With his current level, shouldn't we reconsider the resources that should be given to him? Yin Shui said. You guys can decide. I don't know if those two who entered the space crack can gain anything. If they can perfectly complete the task, our Eastern Profound region will have 3 candidates for the 2 stars heavenly exam. Anyway, I'll go to the Medicine Valley to take a look. Ho Yuan stood up and said. What are you in a hurry for? We'll discuss the resources and you can just bring them over. Lei Hui glanced at Ho Yuan and said. It's nothing more than elixirs. We've already given him elixirs before the 4th step. If he enters the 2 stars heavenly exam, we can make him a custom-made weapon of the upper grade of the 5th step. But he's only at the 3rd step now. Isn't it too early? Ho Yuan sat down again. Forever. 64 free to watch Small Talk Z, that's true. The other cultivation resources can only be obtained after the 4th step. The resources of our Tianji Tower will only be more advantageous than the other forces after the 4th step. Remember this. When the time comes, we'll calculate everything together. Lei Hui thought for a while and also felt that he couldn't give Night Sorrow any help at the moment. Night Sorrow cultivated his true qi and the myriad Tao scripture at night. During the day, he practiced the destruction-killing fist, the wind-chasing spear technique and the dragon leap steps, or rather, the dragon soaring steps. The dragon soaring 9 heavens movement technique had 3 stages. The first stage was the dragon leap steps, which corresponded to the qi refining and essence gathering realms. The second stage was the dragon soaring steps, which corresponded to the core condensation and spirit severing realms. Night Sorrow had been in the core condensation realm for some time. Now that he had time, he cultivated the movement technique to the second stage, the dragon soaring steps. As for the third stage, the dragon soaring steps, it was for the void inquiry stage and the vast heaven realm. When Yang Lei had nothing to do, she would spar with Night Sorrow. However, Night Sorrow didn't use the Vajra hands and profound jade hands. The Vajra hands, which used the profound jade hands as the foundation, had great destructive power. Night Sorrow was also worried that he might hurt Yang Lei. The intensity of their sparring sessions had decreased. To be exact, the duration of their sparring sessions had shortened. Night Sorrow let Yang Lei attack with all her might to give him more pressure. Night Sorrow didn't want Yang Lei to be too tired. After Ho Yuan arrived at Dan Ding City, he found out where Night Sorrow was staying. Night Sorrow hadn't come out for a long time. Ho Yuan felt a headache coming on. He couldn't keep waiting. Chapter 262. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Ho Yuan stood beside Qingshui Lake and detected that Night Sorrow was practicing his spear art. After observing for a while, Ho Yuan waved his arm and grabbed towards Night Sorrow. Following Ho Yuan's action, the energy around Night Sorrow's body was sucked towards Skywater Lake. This was Ho Yuan's ability to make Night Sorrow alert without alerting Yang Lei, Sikong Chuyu, and the others. Feeling that the energy around him was unstable, Yishan lifted his reincarnation spear and tapped his foot on the ground, approaching the celestial water lake. When he arrived at Skywater Lake, Night Sorrow saw Ho Yuan, who was wearing a black robe. Night Sorrow swung his reincarnation spear behind him and prepared for battle. He was worried that Ho Yuan was from the Golden Flame sect and knew that he was an expert. Ho Yuan's aura was stronger than Su Huandu's, but he didn't feel any killing intent. Therefore, Ho Yuan sized Night Sorrow up and didn't say anything. "Who are you?" Night Sorrow asked. "Shouldn't you call him Senior?" Ho Yuan was a bit puzzled. Yishan was very guarded. "If you aren't from the Golden Flame sect, then I can call you Senior and treat you to a drink. But if you are from the Golden Flame sect, then we have nothing to talk about." Night Sorrow looked at Ho Yuan and said, "Is there someone like me in the Golden Flame sect? Don't compare me to them." Ho Yuan flicked the non-existent dust off his robe and looked at Night Sorrow. "Junior has been impolite." Night Sorrow held his spear with both hands and cupped his hands towards Ho Yuan. "I heard others bragging about you, so I came to take a look." "Not bad. You have a steady mind. After all, I am your senior. Do you need any help?" Ho Yuan looked at Night Sorrow and asked. In the future, they would both be from the Tianji Tower. As a senior, it was only right for him to give some gifts. "Senior, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it." Night Sorrow said. "Is there really no one who needs help? For example, killing the two venerables of the Golden Flame sect?" Ho Yuan looked at Night Sorrow and said. "That's good. If it's possible, then let's destroy these two old ghosts." After thinking about it, Night Sorrow also planned to probe Ho Yuan's bottom line. "Ahem. I said for example. They didn't provoke me or you. It's not good to kill them directly." Ho Yuan coughed twice. An update/new fastest are previous, Senior is from the Celestial Terminus Tower. A light flashed in Yishang's mind as he seemed to understand something. Baidu search AI go female sign shao say www.aichuxs.com very smart. I heard Yin Shui speak highly of you, so I came to take a look. You also know that Tianji Tower doesn't participate in local hegemony. Tianjin Tower won't interfere in the conflict between the Golden Flame sect and the Medicine Valley. Of course, if you touch the core members of Tianjin Tower, then you don't need to be polite. Ho Yuan looked at Night Sorrow in shock. Night Sorrow's mind was so clear that he could analyze the situation with just a few words. "I understand. Would you like to have a drink at my place?" Night Sorrow invited Ho Yuan after knowing his origin. "No, I don't want others to know my whereabouts and identity," Ho Yuan said. Night Sorrow understands. Night Sorrow knew that the whereabouts of the people of Tianjin Tower were very mysterious and didn't want others to know. Ai Go Shao Sei Ku. Ho Yuan looked at Yishang and said, "The Golden Flame sect's people aren't venerables. They can't stay in Danding City, and they can't kill you. If they are venerables, then take out your patrol medallion. If they dare to kill you, then they must be tired of living. However, you have to remember that the Extreme Heaven Tower protects the core members of the sect. If you are killed by someone of the same level as you, then you can only say that you are not strong enough. The Extreme Heaven Tower will not avenge trash." "I understand." Night Sorrow nodded. "That's it then. I don't know what kind of help you need. If you need anything, just go to the Celestial Terminus Tower branch and let me know. Don't have any misgivings. Keep my visit a secret." Ho Yuan instructed and left in a flash. Night Sorrow stood by Skywater Lake for a long time without moving. He used to think that Stage 4 was a master, but now he had seen too many masters. "Why are you here?" Sikong Chuyu came to Night Sorrow's side. Yes, I'm here to get some fresh air. Night Sorrow smiled. He didn't want to talk about some things because he didn't want Sikong Chuyu and Yang Lei to worry. After returning to the courtyard, Night Sorrow didn't continue cultivating. His mind was in a mess. The current situation made his thoughts unclear. While drinking tea with Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi, Night Sorrow organized his thoughts. If he didn't have a sense of belonging to Medicine Valley, Night Sorrow wouldn't be worried about the situation. However, Night Sorrow was indebted to Medicine Valley for nurturing him. Therefore, he looked forward to the rise of Medicine Valley. However, if Medicine Valley wanted to rise, the Golden Flame sect was a huge mountain pressing down on it. It was too difficult. 13. What are you thinking about? Yang Lei asked. Thinking about the current situation. Night Sorrow exhaled and said. You don't have to think so much. So what if the Golden Flame sect can destroy our Medicine Valley? If they can't, what's the point of jumping around? Yang Lei snorted and said. That's right. Night Sorrow, you don't have to worry. If the Golden Flame sect can't destroy Old Chow of Medicine Valley, that day will not change. Sikong Chuyu said. That's true. It seems that my worries were unnecessary. I plan to go to Danding Cliff to cultivate and improve my cultivation. I want to break through to the core formation realm. Also, I want to spar with the disciples of Medicine Valley on the elixir ranking to feel the gap between us. Night Sorrow said his thoughts. Then I can't go back with you. I have to stay in Danding City for a while. Yang Lei thought for a moment and said. Although she wanted to accompany Night Sorrow, Medicine Valley was too important in Danding City. She couldn't afford to lose it. Then I'll go with you. I'll cultivate at the bamboo forest peak. You'll have hot tea to drink when you're done. Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. Okay, then it's settled. Sixth senior sister, you can continue to stay here. Night Sorrow said to Aoi. That's fine too. I won't accompany you guys to run around. Let the disciples stay here and cultivate. Once their cultivation improves, it will be more convenient for them to go to Danding City to do missions, Qing Ji said. After making the decision, Night Sorrow took Sikong Chuyu and flew to Medicine Valley on a Tianyu. Chuyu, are you used to staying here? Night Sorrow asked with his arms around Sikong Chuyu. It's okay. Sixth senior sister and ninth senior sister are easy to get along with. I like it here. Although there are fights, I don't have to worry about the people around me. I feel at ease. Sikong Chuyu leaned on Night Sorrow and said. When the situation here calms down, I'll go with you to see your parents and ask them to let me take you. I'll make your family acknowledge me. Night Sorrow took a deep breath and said. I know. My parents will like you too. As for acknowledgement, it's fine as long as I acknowledge you. It's too hard to count on my family. There's almost no hope. Sikong Chuyu shook his head and said. I'll work hard to improve my cultivation. Night Sorrow reached out and stroked Sikong Chuyu's hair. Chapter 263. Genius 1 Second Remember Love Go Shao. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Night Sorrow was silent, because what Sikong Chuyu said was true. Ji Yu's family was a top family in the Qingtian region, with a long history. There were venerables in the family, and Ji Yuhao himself was very strong. Sikong Chuyu turned around and looked at Night Sorrow. Ji Yuhao has nothing to be proud of in front of you. Everything he has is given to him by his family. Without the support of his family, he is nothing. He is already an old man, and he is so annoying. Looking at Sikong Chuyu's eyes, which could see through people's souls, Night Sorrow made a promise. That is also a capital. However, as long as I am alive, I will not let go of you. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by dying? I won't allow you to say that. You have to take care of yourself, so that we can always be together. Sikong Chuyu's cheeks turned red. She was not used to such explicit words. Night Sorrow nodded and did not say anything, but he knew in his heart that if this continued, Sikong Chuyu would always be by his side, but without a proper reason, it could be said that she had left the family and betrayed it. Even if she did not say it, he still felt pressure in his heart. If he wanted Sikong Chuyu to stay by his side comfortably, Night Sorrow had to openly go to the Sikong family. Although marriage required a man and a woman to be happy, the elders' orders were also indispensable. Otherwise, they would bear a stain, such as being accused of eloping. Love Go Xiao Shua www.ai2x. Xiao Yang Lei's side did not have any problems, because she did not have a family. Yu Yang Yu could make the decision. A teacher for a day is a father for life. This was open and above board, but Sikong Chuyu could not. After returning to the bamboo forest peak, Night Sorrow and Sikong Chuyu found that the place was very clean. Obviously, there were servant disciples here every day to clean it. After tidying up a little, the two of them could settle down. After packing up, Night Sorrow planned to go to Danding Cliff to cultivate and improve his cultivation. Go. I'll wait for you here. Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. That's right, said Sikong Chuyu with a smile. Night Sorrow nodded and left with Tianyu. He went straight to Danding Cliff without paying a visit to Yu Yangyu, Gong Xian, and the others. He knew that they were all busy and had a lot of things to do. When he arrived at Danding Cliff, he informed Elder Su that he didn't want to trouble Elder Su's Night Sorrow, so he let Tianyu return to Bamboo Forest Peak. Then, Night Sorrow began to climb the cliff. After climbing 5,200 meters, the sky turned dark. Night Sorrow stopped climbing and cultivated at 5,200 meters. For the next few days, Night Sorrow didn't move. When his true Qi and myriad Dao Tome's energy recovered, he used the Vajra hands and continued to meditate. The rumbling sounds from time to time let the disciples of the Medicine Valley, who often used merit points to cultivate, know that the cultivation madman Night Sorrow had returned. This time, Night Sorrow cultivated for more than 10 days. In addition to the previous time when he was doing missions, his true Qi cultivation and myriad Dao Tome cultivation were on the verge of advancing. Without moving, Night Sorrow raised his true Qi cultivation to the 5th level of the core condensation realm. After stabilizing his cultivation for half a day, Night Sorrow began to break through to the bone-forging realm of the myriad Dao Tome. The first realm of the myriad Dao Tome was the blood-refining realm. It strengthened the blood and opened up the meridians in the body. The second realm was the tendon-strengthening realm. It strengthened the meridians in the body. Night Sorrow was done with all these. Now, Night Sorrow had reached the bone-forging realm of the myriad Dao Tome. During this period of time, Night Sorrow had been using the Flood Dragon Bone Forging Pill and the natural energy to strengthen his arms. At this time, his arms couldn't absorb any more energy. Night Sorrow planned to break through and enter the next realm. The final breakthrough of this realm required him to strengthen the bone marrow in his arms. Night Sorrow didn't dare to be careless. He came to the 5,000-meter platform without any pressure and began to break through at night. When the energy entered his bone marrow, Night Sorrow knew what it meant to feel pain in the bone marrow. The pain he had experienced in the past was nothing in front of strengthening his bone marrow. This pain was simply soul-piercing. Night Sorrow's arms trembled unnaturally. At the same time, the muscles on his face twitched. He knew that if he hadn't experienced some pain from cultivating the myriad Dao Tome, he definitely wouldn't have been able to endure it. Night Sorrow even suspected that the person who created this cultivation method had a special constitution and couldn't feel pain. After 4 hours, Yishang strengthened the bone marrow in his arms and entered the second level of the bone-forging realm of the myriad Tao treasure tome. His clothes were soaked. Feeling that there was no one around, Night Sorrow changed his clothes. He drank a mouthful of wine and began to stabilize his cultivation. After cultivating on the 5,000-meter platform until dawn, Night Sorrow returned to the 5,200-meter platform to continue cultivating. After cultivating for another day, Yishang's condition had recovered. He planned to continue climbing. In the Medicine Valley, the highest record for a core condensation realm cultivator was 5,400 meter. This wasn't difficult for Night Sorrow. Now, he didn't feel any pressure at 5,200 meter. After stretching his waist, Night Sorrow began to climb upwards. Just after 5,200 meters, Night Sorrow felt that something was wrong. The pressure was much greater than the pressure below. This made him understand that the higher he climbed, the greater the pressure. The difference was huge. Night Sorrow also understood. No wonder so many rank 4 cultivators only reached 5,400 meter. The pressure was too great. After half an hour, Night Sorrow reached the 5,300 meter platform. He sat down cross-legged and began to recover. After using 4 hours to recover, Night Sorrow climbed towards the 5,400 meter mark. Night Sorrow's actions attracted a lot of attention. Night Sorrow was a famous person in Danding Cliff. Although it was very difficult, Night Sorrow still reached the 5,400 meter platform. Too heaven-defying. At the 5th level of the core condensation realm, he tied the record of 5,400 meter. Chu Ling Xiao, who was standing next to Elder Su, said. He also came to cultivate. He planned to use the pressure of Danding Cliff to consolidate his cultivation and break through to the 5th level. He also found the opportunity to break through. Let's go to the mountain and have a look. Elder Su got up and flew to the mountain opposite Danding Cliff. Chu Ling Xiao followed behind. Some disciples of the Medicine Valley also ran to catch up. This was a big event in the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow had surpassed all the predecessors of the Medicine Valley. Surpassing one level may be an opportunity, or it may be a big advantage at this stage. But to continuously surpass the previous record, that was the embodiment of strength. You all take a good look. Look at how he cultivated. A year and a half. He only cultivated for a year and a half, and he has such achievements. If Night Sorrow can break through to 5,500 meter, I will apply to the sect to give every disciple of the Medicine Valley under the 3rd level an extra day of cultivation. Elder Su said excitedly. We have to cheer for Martial Uncle Night. Danding Peak's Chinyan said. 5,500 meter is not difficult for Martial Uncle Night. Another disciple on the Yuan ranking, Wan Chun, said. Chapter 264. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The record for the Yuan gathering step at Pill Cauldron Cliff was 4,500 meters. According to the rules, the record for the core condensation step should be 5,500 meters. But in reality, the record for the core condensation step had been reduced by 100 meters. In other words, the difficulty was different. Yi Shang started to climb. As soon as he came out of the 5,400-meter staircase, Yi Shang felt immense pressure. If the pressure from Danding Cliff was described as the impact of a violent storm before 4,000 meters, then it would be the impact of waves in the river before 5,400 meters. After 5,400 meters, it would be the impact of a waterfall. Every step Night Sorrow climbed took a lot of energy. As he continued to climb, one small platform after another was left behind. At 5,450 meters, Night Sorrow's true chi was exhausted. He decisively used the myriad Tao scripture's 2nd-level bone-forging energy to continue climbing. Climbing on Danding Cliff had a strong body and great strength, which was a huge advantage. Very soon, Night Sorrow had reached a height of 5,400 meters, which was 90 meters. The remaining 10 meters were like a huge ravine to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow took a deep breath. Profound jade spiritual chi erupted from his hands and he once again charged upwards. After 3 consecutive attempts, Night Sorrow was sprawled on the 5,500-meter platform. He was like a piece of paper stuck to the ground, unable to stand up. Success! Ha! Martial Uncle Night has reached 5,500 meters. Chen Yun excitedly shouted. After resting for a while, Night Sorrow recovered his strength and sat down to recover his energy. This fellow, he's only at the 5th level of the core condensation realm. If he reaches the peak of the 9th level of the core condensation realm, he might reach 5,800 or even 6,000 meters. Chu Ling Xiao sighed. The energy in his body is terrifying. It's no different from a demonic beast, said Elder Su. If I'm not wrong, this guy is going to charge into the alchemy list, Chu Ling Xiao said after thinking for a moment. Elder Su nodded. Night Sorrow could have rushed towards the top a few days ago, but he didn't because he was accumulating his strength. Now that he was charging towards the record, he would also try to get into the alchemy board. Disperse, all of you disperse. Go do what you need to do. Chu Ling Xiao shooed away the onlookers. While Night Sorrow was recovering his cultivation, he was also waiting for Tianyu. Tianyu came over once a day. Night Sorrow calculated that it was almost time for Tianyu to come. When Night Sorrow fully recovered his cultivation, Tianyu also appeared. Seeing Tianyu approaching, Night Sorrow roared. He slapped the cliff with his right hand and used the soaring dragon steps to rush towards Tianyu. In midair, Night Sorrow once again landed on Tianyu's back and controlled Tianyu to land at the bottom of Danding Cliff. It was time to leave. If there was nothing urgent, Yi Shang wanted to say goodbye to Elder Su. After getting off Tianyu, Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Elder Su and Chu Ling Xiao. Greetings to Elder Su and Peak Master Chu. Very good. You're only at the middle stage of the core condensation realm, yet you've already broken the Medicine Valley's core condensation realm record. When you reach the peak, you can try again. Elder Su nodded with satisfaction. Just call me Senior Brother Chu. You don't need to be so polite. Are you planning to go back? Chu Ling Xiao asked with a smile. AI only and K1 / 8H version E, the other 3/WS are all H robber EZ version *, yes. After cultivating for a while, I plan to go back and relax. Night Sorrow said. Then hurry up and go back. Chu Ling Xiao nodded towards Night Sorrow. Riding Tianyu, Night Sorrow arrived at Tai Xian Hall. In the side hall, Night Sorrow saw Gong Xian and Wu Qi. Core Condensation Realm Level 5. Not bad. At this speed, it won't take long for you to reach Level 4. Gong Xian pointed at a chair for Night Sorrow to sit down. How's the situation recently? Night Sorrow asked. He was more worried about this problem. There are sporadic battles, but it doesn't affect the overall situation. The troublemakers have all been killed. Medicine Valley's losses aren't that great. Gong Xian said. What do you plan to do next? Wu Qi asked. I originally planned to challenge the pill rankings, but at this time, Medicine Valley is facing an external battle and internal competition isn't suitable. I plan to wait for a while. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and said. You're right. If you challenge the pill rankings at this time, you'll definitely be criticized. Wait for a while. If you raise your cultivation by 1 or 2 levels, you'll have a better chance. Gong Xian agreed with Night Sorrow's point of view. After that, Night Sorrow left Tai Xian Hall and returned to Bamboo Forest Peak. On Tianyu's back, Night Sorrow saw Sikong Chuyu looking at him from afar. Before Tianyu could land, Night Sorrow's body flashed and landed in front of Sikong Chuyu. He hugged Sikong Chuyu. Go take a rest. I'll make something to eat. Sikong Chuyu patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said. Then, the two placed wine and dishes in front of the bamboo house and began to drink. First of all, congratulations on your improvement in cultivation. Sikong Chuyu raised the wine bowl to Night Sorrow. Thank you. How have you been? Night Sorrow picked up some food for Sikong Chuyu. How can I be? I'm stabilizing my cultivation now and preparing for my advancement. Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. After eating, the two took Tianyu and the silver fox cub for a walk in the bamboo forest. This was Night Sorrow's favorite time. It was his favorite thing to do when he was free. What do you plan to do next? Sikong Chuyu sat on a green rock and patted the spot next to Night Sorrow. Not much. I just want to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Only when I reach the 4th level can I travel around. Night Sorrow said. At the 4th level, I can handle some things. At least I have chi to protect my body. Sikong Chuyu agreed with Night Sorrow's idea. Okay, I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. Then, the two decided to go to Danding City tomorrow. After all, Yang Lei was still in Danding City. They needed to check out the situation there. The two returned to the bamboo house very late. Night Sorrow, don't cultivate tonight. Have a good rest. Okay. Can I accompany you? Night Sorrow asked in a low voice. Sure. We can chat when we have nothing to do. Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. Since things had already reached this point, she didn't want to reject Yishang. She knew that Yishang wasn't a playboy. Then, the two went to Sikong Chuyu's room. Sikong Chuyu lit the beast oil lamp. You must be tired from cultivating non-stop these days. Have a good rest. After speaking, Sikong Chuyu took off her skirt, leaving only her tight pink underwear. Her curvy body was exposed in front of Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow turned his head. He did not dare to keep looking at Sikong Chuyu. Are you embarrassed? Sikong Chuyu helped Night Sorrow take off his outer robe. After hanging it up, they sat down on the bamboo bed. Chapter 265. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chuyu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made such a request. Love go little say, Chu. Night Sorrow said. He was worried that Sikong Chuyu wouldn't like it. It's okay. I know you just want to be with me. You don't have any other thoughts. In fact, these are not important. Can I marry someone else? Sikong Chuyu leaned on Night Sorrow and whispered. After spending some time together, Sikong Chuyu also understood that sooner or later, she would be Night Sorrow's woman. Some things didn't need to be formal. That way, Night Sorrow would be under a lot of pressure. After all, his family wasn't so easy to conquer. It was too difficult to get his family to agree and be together in the future. Chuyu, thank you for being willing to be with me. This gives me extra motivation to cultivate. Night Sorrow hugged Sikong Chuyu and said. You can't say that. Feelings are not charity. I decided to be with you not only because you are willing to love and protect me, but also because I like being with you. Sikong Chuyu said. I understand. Night Sorrow said softly. You don't understand at all. You like me, but I also like you. Our future doesn't only require you to work hard. I also have to work hard for my own happiness. Sikong Chuyu turned around and hugged Night Sorrow's waist. Night Sorrow didn't do anything that night. He just hugged Sikong Chuyu and chatted softly. If there was a further development, it would be that Night Sorrow kissed Sikong Chuyu seriously. After tidying up in the morning, Sikong Chuyu carried the silver fox cub and returned to Longquan Courtyard with Night Sorrow on the Tianyu. In the Dragon Spring Courtyard, Aoi was teaching this disciple a lesson with a rattan. Seeing that Night Sorrow had returned, Aoi extended her hand and gave Shenrong a vine. Your 13th martial uncle entered the sect at the same time as you. When he entered, he was at level 3 and you were at level 8. What about now? Your 13th uncle is already in the 5th level of the core formation realm, but you're still in the 6th level of the element gathering realm. Have you been cultivating for nothing? Master, 13th uncle, we really can't compare. Shenrong hugged his butt and jumped. Sikong Chuyu smiled and said, indeed, 6th senior sister. It's not bad that he has reached this level in just over a year. Aoi didn't say anything else. Shenrong and Jiang Ziming were indeed good, but she just wanted them to work harder. 6th senior sister, hasn't my 9th senior sister come over recently? Night Sorrow found a seat and asked. Yes, she did. She's been in a hurry recently. She killed several groups of Golden Flame sect disciples. Qing Ji said with a smile. She should have asked her subordinates to do it. Sikong Chuyu said. Your 9th senior sister is gentle in front of you. She's usually hot-tempered, so it's hard to persuade her. Aoi said with a smile. Aoi made tea. Hai Luo, Luo Wei, Little Six and the others were either taking care of Tianyu and the silver fox cubs or getting food. When it was time for dinner, Yang Lei came over. I guess you'll be back soon. 13th uncle, you've improved your cultivation. When are you going to break the record of the core formation realm at Danding Cliff and the elixir list? Yang Lei asked after sitting down. Love go little say W, Chu, I've already broken the record of the core formation realm at Danding Cliff. As for the elixir list, it's not the right time. Now that the Medicine Valley is united against outsiders, if I challenge the disciples on the elixir list, I'll be suspected of disregarding the safety of the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow expressed his opinion. You're right to think that way. Although the current battle doesn't have anything to do with those below the core condensation realm, it's indeed disgusting to try for the pill ranking at this time. Qing Ji agreed with Yi Shang's decision. 9th senior sister, what are the cultivation levels of the Golden Flame sect's people? Night Sorrow asked. Some of the Severed Soul Realm disciples are old disciples who have exhausted their potential and have no future. When they fight with the disciples of the Medicine Valley, they use a method of mutual destruction. The most shameless one is the Golden Flame sect. They let the Fire Tiger sect, Eightley Castle's O clan, and Nanyang City's Tai clan encroach on our Medicine Valley. Yang Lei said angrily. They're too despicable. Then we have to beat them back. Night Sorrow said angrily. This matter has already been reported to the sect. The sect should have made a decision. Yang Lei said. Chuyu, you and 6th senior sister stay here. I plan to go out. The Medicine Valley is surrounded by enemies. As a disciple of the Medicine Valley, I have to do my part for the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. Night Sorrow was very tired of the Tai clan, Eightley Castle's O clan, and Fire Tiger sect. He felt that these forces were too shameless and had no character. Last time, they responded to the Golden Flame sect's call and made trouble at Venerable Hua Yunpeng's celebration. Now, they're doing this again. Men should be brave. I agree. 6th senior sister, Chuyu, what do you think? Yang Lei looked at Aoi and Sikong Chuyu and asked. If he goes with you, I won't object. But if he doesn't go with the other peaks, I won't be at ease. Aoi voiced her opinion. I agree. If he goes with eldest senior brother and 9th senior sister, then there's no problem. But if he goes with the other peaks, then forget it. Don't get cheated. Sikong Chuyu had the same opinion as Aoi. I understand. Even if others want 13 to go with them, I won't agree. Yang Lei said while eating. After eating, the few of them strolled and chatted in the courtyard. First Shenrong and Jiang Ziming couldn't do it. If they dared to slack off, they would be served with rattan. After strolling around, Sikong Chuyu and Aoi went to rest. They mainly wanted to give Night Sorrow and Yang Lei some time alone. How far have you and Chuyu progressed? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. It's still the same. We just rested together for a night. Night Sorrow said embarrassedly. Did you get her? Yang Lei asked excitedly. What are you talking about? I was just hugging her to rest, Yishan hurriedly explained. Where's the courage to touch me? You idiot. Yang Lei said with some resentment for not living up to her expectations. These things, let's take it slow. She's alone outside. How can I take advantage of her? Night Sorrow shook his head and said. This is love between a man and a woman, not taking advantage of her. Yang Lei looked helplessly at Yishan. Ninth senior sister, love is the most important thing. Nothing else is important. Night Sorrow shook his head and said. Silly 13, I'm just worried that there will be other changes in the future. I'm afraid that you will be sad in the future. Yang Lei hugged Night Sorrow and said. Ninth senior sister, I know you're doing this for my own good. I believe in Chuyu, just like how I believe in you. Night Sorrow said. When the two returned to the hall, Gong Xian, Wu Qi, and Hua Nan were already there. Night Sorrow went up and asked. He knew that Medicine Valley was going to make a big move. They were going to declare war on Fire Tiger Clan, Bali Castle's O Clan, and Nanyang's Tai Clan. The target of this operation was Nanyang City's Tai Clan. Tomorrow, Hua Yunpeng and Yu Yangyu would go to Nanyang City's Tai Clan's nest. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.